Hey, Kim.
Hello.
How are you?
Happy kickoff. Great.
Happy
How are you?
WordFest. I'm good. Thank you. Welcome to WordFest.
Thank you. Welcome to WordFest.
We're just getting started. This is the very first session, and I'm just so grateful that you're joining me as my co-MC. So thanks for being here.
Not a problem.
We're going to be celebrating 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. Of course, we like to think that we're the big orange heart beating for WordPress. WordFest is not only delivering educational content this time, we're also doing wellness sessions, and we're doing networking opportunities in the tents. We have community interviews. We have so much stuff in store for people who are coming into this. So if you're watching, welcome. We're very happy to have you here. Also, you can donate to Big Orange Heart. It's not really a telethon, but there's opportunities to give for sure. I don't know which way to point, but it's here somewhere.
I know. I think it might be over here.
Okay. I'm going to believe you on that one. I'm excited because our first speaker is somebody I know personally. Christina Workman is our first speaker, and she's presenting accessible websites benefit everyone, which I think we all agree on. Just a little bit about Christina. She's a website specialist at Web Dev Studios with over 10 years of experience working with WordPress. She's passionate about web accessibility and contributing to the WordPress community, and she contributes to the WordPress project as well, of course. She's a self-proclaimed purpleophile, which she loves my hair, by the way, my new hair. And she also enjoys a nice mug of tea while watching British murder mysteries. So help me welcome Christina. We're going to turn it over to her pre-recorded video, and then we're going to chat with her afterwards.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress. And access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Hi everyone, welcome to Accessible Websites Benefit Everyone. My name is Christina Workman and I'm really excited to be at WordFest this year. A little bit about myself. I build, support, and maintain WordPress websites at the Maintain division of Web Dev Studios. I'm just coming up on my 2-year anniversary there. I'm a huge advocate for contributing to the WordPress project, and I love tea, sloths, and anything purple. A little bit about myself and accessibility. I still consider myself an accessibility newbie. I've been learning about accessibility and websites for about 3 years now. But I've certainly had my share of experience with disability and websites. I have finished developing and launching a site with a broken arm. Recently I had a 6-week-long migraine. And if you notice, I have these lovely glasses that I've had my whole life. Not these particular ones, but I've been wearing glasses since I was 7. And these particular glasses are well overdue for a prescription renewal. And I'm reaching that age where I do the over the glasses looking at my phone. So I probably could be using some bifocals. I even sometimes when I'm on Zoom and we're doing screen sharing, I have been known to hold my laptop right up to my face to read what somebody else has on their screen that they're sharing. And there's some other different kinds of accessibility issues that I've had as well, but those are just a few examples that I can share with you right now. So, over my journey in the last couple of years with accessibility, I have heard a lot of reasons why people don't think that they need to have an accessible website. And you've probably heard lots of these as well. So these are probably the top 3 that I've heard. First one is it costs too much. We've all heard this one. There's a lot of counter arguments to this. We're not going to get into this. This could be a whole talk. You could probably talk about it for a week, but worth knowing, the sooner you start considering accessibility, the less it's going to cost you in the long run. The number 2 one is it will wreck my design. There may be some design changes that you need to make, but you can make absolutely beautiful websites and still have them be accessible. And the number 3 reason that I hear is my site visitors don't have disabilities. And this is the one that I get the most upset about. So let's look at this. My site visitors don't have disabilities. How do you know that? It's not a metric tracked by any analytics software that I'm aware of. It's really a giant fallacy that often goes hand in hand with the misconception that accessibility is purely for the sake of people with disabilities, and maybe to avoid lawsuits. And often, along with that, when people are thinking about disabilities, they're usually thinking in terms of very specific disabilities, like people who are blind. That's often one of the very first go-tos. But not only do I guarantee that your site has visitors who have disabilities, I also know that an accessible website can have a positive impact on anyone who visits that site. We need to start understanding that an accessible website is at its core a website that can easily be accessed and used by anyone and everyone. So, you might be thinking, how can I be so sure that your website has visitors with disabilities? The answer is simple. We have all experienced disability in some form, and we all will again. Often the image, as I mentioned, of a person with a disability is someone who is blind or deaf or has completely lost the use of a limb. We have very specific automatic thoughts usually. These are considered permanent disabilities. But there are also temporary and situational disabilities. So to put these into context, disabilities like a broken arm would be a temporary disability. An amputated arm would be a permanent disability, and a situational disability in that context could be an armful of groceries or carrying a baby. All of those relate to having lost the use of your arm, but they all have different time frames. But they can all affect how you use a website. So there are lots of accessibility continuations that will make life easier for people who aren't experiencing any form of disability too. So let's get to some examples. So our first scenario, you get home from work and you have to feed your kids. You have a migraine. The kids are loud and excited, adding to the brain fog of your migraine. You decide to order from a delivery website, maybe a pizza. So let's look at some potential barriers here. If the website has confusing navigation and hard to find buttons or links, if it's not clear where you need to click to get into the ordering portal, add items, pay for your order, you could end up getting confused and frustrated. Too many calls to action fighting for your attention when you can barely think. These are distractions that are hard to cope with. Again, you could get confused. You could end up bailing on the order. If there are a lot of fast-moving animations, similar to too many calls to action, these can also make your headache worse and make it hard for you to even look at the screen. And finally, once you finally get to the checkout form, if you make it that far, input field labels, if they're used as placeholder text, they'll disappear when you start typing in that field. I've been caught by these when I'm not giving a site my full attention. I have often, if I'm signing up for a newsletter that I want and I'm not really thinking, I'll type in my name and my email and I'll hit send and it'll say error because they wanted my email first and then my name. And if that information disappears and I'm not paying attention and if it doesn't come back again, I don't know what information they wanted where. Did I give them the right information? I don't know. So, imagine in our scenario, if you've clicked into that field and you hear a crash in the living room from one of your kids, you're going to be distracted. You're going to turn your head. You're not paying attention. When you return back to the screen, you have no recollection of what you were doing, what you were supposed to enter into that field. And something I see less often, but certainly has happened, the inability to even click into a field, which would baffle and frustrate anybody and make you think this is impossible to even complete the order. So if you're already dealing with a migraine and noisy kids and all of these things, and then you have this troublesome website that just doesn't seem to work, you're going to bail on it. You're going to give up on placing an order on this site. You're going to go take your business elsewhere and just give up on this site. So, migraines, they fall under the neurological category. And this would include, in terms of permanent disabilities, things like ADHD, autism, epilepsy, mental health issues, all kinds of things like that. But who else can benefit from neurological considerations? I'm sure you can all relate to at least one, if not quite a few of these situations. Brain fog. Who hasn't had brain fog, especially from lack of sleep or a flu or a cold? Everybody gets sick at some point. We're not at our peak. We don't think straight. If you're suffering from anxiety or depression, and let's face it, these last, 18 months or so, we've all mostly experienced some form of mental instability at the very least. Even general stress can impact your ability to focus and process what you're seeing on a site, as well as simply just being distracting in a distracting environment. If you have a concussion, that can affect your ability to think clearly when you're processing something on a site. So, neurological accessibility benefits everyone. Second scenario. Say you've decided to remote work from a local coffee shop. These days are coming back. You get stuck on a problem and you search for a tutorial. You find the perfect video embedded on its own website instead of YouTube or Vimeo or wherever. But darn it, you forgot your headphones at home. I have been there. So, some potential barriers here. Maybe there's no closed captions available or no subtitles, so you can't watch it on mute and know what's being said. Video is the only way that the information is being presented. There's no transcript of the video, no written explanation for you to follow along or get that information. Both of these result in you being unable to get the information and be able to move on and solve your problem when you need it. The last item here, it's not necessarily a barrier, but it definitely has the potential to cause issues and embarrassment. The video is set to autoplay, and as soon as the page loads, audio is streaming out of your laptop for all to hear. This is even more embarrassing if instead of a coffee shop, you're at a library or some other quiet place. And personally, I have had quite a few videos startle me that have started up on me automatically. There's even been this one site that I repeatedly visited every week, and every week the video was quite far down on the homepage, but it would autoplay, so I wouldn't see it as a visual reminder when the page loaded, and every week without fail I would forget it was there, and it would scare me every single week without fail for I can't even tell you how many weeks. So no autoplay, please. These issues here that we're talking about, they're audio related, and they certainly affect people who have some form of permanent hearing loss. But there are a variety of other people who can benefit from text alternatives to audio. People with temporary hearing loss due to tinnitus or a plugged ear may be caused from an ear infection, allergies, maybe swimming, travelers who just got off of a plane. We've all had that when we change elevations and our ears are kind of plugged for a little bit. I often prefer to skim text rather than listening to audio or watching a video. It's just how I process information better. And other people too process information better if they read it or if they are able to focus on reading while they're listening to information. People who are learning a new language, they can follow along better if they have subtitles, and it helps them learn the new language better if they're hearing it and reading it at the same time. And then we have digital assistants that are starting to become more popular, like the Google Assistant, Alexa, Siri, and these can even, as some of you know, you can set up your blog posts so that they can read out blog posts or news websites or things like that. And so you need to have transcripts available for them to be able to access. And of course, as we mentioned, loud environments too can make it very hard to understand what's being said in audio, even if you turn your volume up fairly loud. If the noise around you is really loud, it can make it really hard to listen to. So, audio accessibility benefits everyone. Another scenario. Say you're a WordPress developer who never takes their hand off the keyboard. You know all the keyboard shortcuts, and there's not a mouse to be found anywhere in your office. It's a point of pride. You decide to register in an online course for the latest and greatest headless platform, your choice. So let's look at some of the potential barriers you might experience here. And there's a lot of them, so we're just touching on a few here. But say there's no skipped content option, which means you have to tab through every single item in the navigation in the header before you get to the main part of the page if you want to get to a link somewhere. And if that navigation has a lot of menu items, if it has a lot of sub-menu items, you have to tab through all of those maybe if it's not set up properly. And you'll start to wonder, will you ever get out of this header? If there's no focus indication, you can't see where you are on the page as you tab through what links or buttons you might be on. And it's sort of luck of the draw. Let's see if we hit enter where this might take us. Unexpected tab behavior might take you to a chat box at the bottom of the page and then back up to the main content and then maybe over to a link over somewhere else. So that can be rather frustrating as well and take you all over the page and be really confusing. And if you finally get to the point where you've been able to read all of the information, decide you want to take the course and register. When you get to the form again, you may encounter keyboard traps like not being able to return to a field once it's been filled out, in case you realize you spelt your name wrong or made some other kind of mistake, or maybe you're not ready to commit to registering right then, but you can't leave the registration form unless you hit the submit button, so you can't get out of the registration form. So these are all frustrations that people with physical disabilities who need to use keyboards or other special devices to navigate not using a mouse face when they're trying to navigate websites. And of course, like our other scenarios, there are lots of examples of other people, other scenarios who might need to rely on keyboard navigation or other device navigation, not using a mouse. So, say you broke like I did. You broke your arm or your wrist or your finger. Have you ever had one of those like finger splints, metal finger splints that go on your finger? Try typing with one of those on. So you wouldn't even be able to necessarily type, but trying to do a mouse too, if it's on you like your index finger, it's really awkward to click. So that's not going to work very well. If you have carpal tunnel syndrome, using a mouse, that repetitive motion over and over again, you need to take a break from it. So having the keyboard as an option is incredibly useful. Say you have a wireless mouse and the battery dies, and it's not the kind that you can just plug in and continue to use, or it's a magic mouse, one of the new ones that you plug in under the bottom and you can't use it while it's plugged in. You're out of luck unless you can use a keyboard in the meantime. And then of course there's my favorite reason here, which is a sleeping baby or pet on your lap. I am one of those people who cannot resist a dog on my lap or on my legs or wherever they are, and I use that excuse of, oh, I can't get up, the dog's here. And lots of times my dog will actually rest his head right on my dominant arm, and so I can't move my arm around too much and use the mouse because I don't want to disturb him. So very valid excuse, there's a pet on my lap, so I can't use the mouse, but I can still work as long as I have a keyboard. So these are things you need to consider. And then we have our fourth scenario. Say you live in California and you work from home, as many of us do. It's the middle of summer, we're approaching that time. Temperatures are high and you don't have an air conditioner, so windows are open. Wildfires break out nearby, causing poor air quality that's irritating your eyes and blurring your vision. Utilities in the area are affected and your Wi-Fi signal has become weaker than normal. This is like a worst case scenario, but it can happen. So some potential barriers here. Those blurry eyes can make it difficult to focus and read small text, especially if there are skinny or condensed fonts or other fonts that are just really hard to read, like fancy fonts, exaggerated serifs, really fancy like script fonts. if you have low contrast between the text and the backgrounds, especially for long paragraphs or for buttons. Link text can be hard to notice if it's only using color to differentiate from the regular text. If the colors are too similar, and even if you think that they're not similar, but they can be similar enough to some people, if there's not enough contrast there. Maybe you want to zoom in and make the content easier to read, but the layout isn't suited to resizing text. I've seen where images and even text go right off the screen, and you can't scroll to get the image or the text back onto your screen. So once you zoom in, it just goes off and it stays off and you can't access it. So you don't want to have that. And if images don't load because of the weak Wi-Fi and there's no alternative text, you could be missing out on some really important information. Of course, if it's a background image or a decorative image, that's not an issue. But if it's an image that has text on it and you haven't spelled out what the text is that's really critical to what the content on the site is, then that's going to be really missed out on, and whoever's looking at the site isn't going to fully understand what's going on there. So these all fall into the visual category, affecting people who have color blindness or reduced vision, and lots of other things. So you could possibly have eye injury due to surgery or infection. Maybe you went to the eye doctor and you got those eye drops, you know, where they put them in and they dilate your eyes from that eye exam, and you can't quite see right. So that's an option. Maybe you have an oral migraine, which is another form of migraine that can cause all or part of your vision to totally be obscured, almost like a big black circle or something like that, like just totally like a shadow right over your eyes. And you could have bright sun, whether it's shining right into your eyes, causing you to not be able to see very well, or shining right onto your computer. And if you don't have one of those special screens, then it can be causing a lot of glare and making things difficult to read if there's not enough contrast or something like that on your screen. Allergies, again, similar to that smoke irritant from our scenario. I know when my allergies start acting up, it really affects my eyes, and they start watering and kind of gunking up and causing my eyes to get blurry. And maybe you have reading glasses and you're out and about and you forgot your reading glasses at home, so you can't see your screen very well. So there's lots of different examples that might affect visual accessibility here. So again, visual accessibility benefits everyone. So all of these scenarios that I've given you, these are all pieced together from real life examples, many that I've personally experienced. So maybe you can relate to some of them, and maybe only one or two, but I wouldn't be surprised if you can actually relate to quite a few of them. So here's my challenge to you. Come up with your own examples. Share them with the community. Share them with your clients, your friends, your family, anybody who has a website, who you might be building a website for. Share these examples and help everybody understand how accessible websites benefit everyone. Because making your website accessible is better for everyone. If you have any questions, I'm always available on Twitter. My handle there is @Amethyst Answers, and that is spelled AMETHYSTANSWERS. Thanks.
Simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Welcome back, and we are here live with Christina Workman. Hi, Christina.
Hey, Michelle, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Excited to be here.
Kim is a little more pulled together than I am. Look at her hair. She looks so beautiful. And here I am feeling like I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. So by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, it's going to be fun to see where I land. But it's all good.
I had to dig deep for the curling iron.
I was going to say, you really know how to manage your curls. I just let mine do it. You can't see them on my dark shirt so well. But
It's been a while.
mine just fall where they go.
Well, I did color my hair just for you when I read that you were the connoisseur of purple. So there you go.
Yeah.
But to talk about your presentation, like, wow, I don't think everybody thinks about the fact that accessibility isn't just for people with disabilities, right? So I don't know, Kim, what did you take away from that?
I had a note immediately, which was that I need to turn off our featured video on our YouTube channel because every time I go to our YouTube channel, it's like, boom, it plays. And I don't know that you can. So I'm going to try to figure that out. But I'm like takeaways already, which is awesome.
That's good to hear.
Yep.
And it's funny because the older I get, the more of the list of problems with your eyesight that I notice. It's like when people auto install, like, let's say Divi. I love Divi. I use Divi a lot, right? But when they install Divi, it's like a size 12 font or something, and it's like a light gray. And I'm like, 25-year-olds designed the default in most of these themes because 52-year-old me is going, I can't read your website. Even on my big screen, I can't read your website.
A couple of years ago, the sort of general rule was 16 pixels was kind of the minimum font size. Mm-hmm. Now people are talking more like 18 pixels. And I'm finding, depending on the font size, sometimes you'll find a font that seems smaller. And so there's some where I feel like even 20 is like the bare minimum for some fonts.
I've noticed on some websites, especially like news sites, they have I don't know if it's a plugin, if it's a WordPress site, of course, but whatever, where you can like just select the size font you want to view on your mobile device or on your screen. What do you think of those as solutions?
It depends. And I'm sure you'll hear.
Well, that was a developer answer if I've ever heard one.
It sure is. It depends on what tool you're using, and it depends on if it supersedes a user's ability to use their own tools as well. Some plugins that have options like that, specifically overlay plugins. And if you go to various accessibility talks, and you'll hear lots of conversation about these, they can sometimes take over somebody's preset tools that they already have on their system, and prevent them from using what they're already familiar with. And so then in that case, it's not a good thing, right? But if it's somebody that doesn't have something set up, then yes. Or if it's something that is available but also lets you still use what you're used to using, then that's okay. If it's your only solution and you can't do other things, like, you should be able to also zoom in to a website easily, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you don't want it to be
apps. You can't zoom in on apps. I'm like, why can't I read anything here?
Yeah, right. Like, one of the things is, like, in general, when it comes to accessibility, just like SEO, there's no quick and easy solution to making your website accessible if you haven't already started down that path. You can't just throw a plugin on and go, boom, I'm fully compatible.
So what I just heard you say is plugins aren't band-aids for accessibility.
Exactly.
I found myself using websites and switching to like the reader view because it presents in such a clear way to read content without distraction. So I think if you want your website to be read the way that you intend it and visually intended it to be consumed, like, you have to take these things into account, just like your talk said.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. So Kimberly, where's the strangest place you've had a site just like start to autoplay? When she said like would be bad, like in a library, I thought for sure she was going to go with like church or synagogue.
Oh, right.
Places you don't want people to know, right?
Like, no, I'm not watching that. Right. I work in support at times. So when I visit people's websites, depending on what they have happening right on their homepage, it can be really inopportune when that comes up, for sure.
People are on the phone, things like that. Yeah. When I was married, I used to wake my spouse.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if there's any kids watching and they're like up late and they're not supposed to be on their phones or something, dead giveaway.
Absolutely.
You're breaking the rules.
Well, Christina, if there was one thing that one major point you'd want to leave with, maybe something that you wish you'd added or something that you really want to drive home one more time, what would that be?
Gosh, well, I think, in terms of adding is definitely what we were just talking about. There's no quick and easy. Expect that if you're going to start making your website accessible, if you haven't already, it's going to take some time and effort and some consideration, but it's absolutely worth it. And you are probably benefiting from people's efforts in accessibility in ways that you didn't realize already.
That's probably true for sure. Well, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you taking your
Thanks
time
for
out.
having me. And good luck with the rest of the 24 hours. 23 hours almost now.
I know. 23 hours and 18 minutes, but who's counting?
It's flying.
Kim is going to tell us a little bit about our sponsors. And
absolutely.
We'll move on to the next.
Events like this don't happen, and the Big Orange Heart does not exist without sponsorships. So we want to shoot our thanks to the global sponsors: Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic. A huge shout out to our multilingual partner, Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. You can visit their tents in the community area and chat with them. There might be some prizes, no guarantees where and what prize you'll get. And also don't forget to check out, get your photo booth snapped in the photo booth. The photo booth is brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. Lastly, check out your swag bag. That's also in the same area as the photo booth. So if you're on the web version, across the top, there's a menu there. Just drop down those menus. You'll find your swag bag. There's some deals there from our sponsors and some gifts. Lastly, we want to thank our micro sponsors and our media partners. You all make our Big Orange Hearts full.
I do want to say that I'm really happy that Paid Memberships Pro, which is your brand, and GiveWP, which is my brand, sponsored the captions, especially on a talk that was about accessibility. So win-win for us.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. We will see you up at the hour for the next talk. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
We're back.
We're back.
This is getting fun. I'm having a lot of fun with you, Kim, especially the
Yeah,
backstage
I think it
stuff where we
takes
just talk
time. Then
about
you
all the
start
fun
to
stuff.
like get into it. I think at midnight, at my time, I'm going to say, I don't want to go to bed.
Exactly. It's like, I'm pumped now. Well, one of the things that we decided to do with this round of WordFest is also to include community interviews. And so some of those we asked our sponsors to choose. Our global sponsors chose the people, whether they were from their company or outside of their company, to do the interviews with. And then others of them, we just kind of like searched the globe for people in different regions and asked them if they would be somebody that we could learn more about. And so we're going to see 2 of those now. The first up is going to be the interview with Joe Minnie, and then the next one will be with Betty Hines. And so let me tell you a little bit about Joe. Joe Minnie is a small business founder and web developer based, for now, she says, in Perth, Western Australia. She is passionate about UX, data-driven decision-making, cats, and travel. I like the cats and travel part. That's me too. But she's not necessarily in that order, which is also true for me. So it's all good. In her non-existent free time, that sounds familiar to you, right? Yes.
Very true.
Joe consults with a federally funded Australian small business advisory service, providing accessible advice and training to Aussie small business owners. She's also an ambassador for She Codes Australia, a not-for-profit organization aiming at making tech jobs more accessible for women. Joe has spoken at conferences around Australia and internationally, sharing her passion for user experience and her deep hatred of fake pockets. Oh my gosh, can we talk about pockets later? Pockets, we all need them. She's easily recognizable by her bright purple hair and dorky glasses. I also like her for that. You can find her on Facebook in the Perth WordPress community group or Women Who WordPress group, both of which she manages, or at the monthly Perth WordPress meetup. I can't wait to meet her. And why don't you go ahead and tell us about Verity?
Yeah, so Betty Hines is the community evangelist with Elementor. Every day, he enables web creators to succeed at what they need. Elementor allows him to share his thoughts with people from all over the world. Elementor has grown from simply a very good tool into something nobody, perhaps even its founders, could have expected, a mindset.
Fantastic.
So our thanks to the people doing these interviews. We had Joe Howard and you, Michelle, supporting these community interviews. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll turn it over to those recorded interviews and we'll see y'all in a little bit.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Excellent. Very cool. I work with some folks in Australia who are in like who I always have to hop on at like 5 p.m. my time in like the US's time zone. So I appreciate you hopping on here in the morning. Hopefully we're not catching you too late. Tell folks a little bit also
10
about
p.m. at the moment. So
10 p.m.
It's not too bad. I'm a bit of a night owl. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember we talked about that in an email. So good. I'm glad we got a good time to do this then. Tell folks a little bit about some of the things you do in the WordPress space or WordPress community.
Sure. So I had a really wacky kind of introduction to WordPress because my background actually, I was an engineer, a process engineer, and I used to work in the mining industry. And then I kind of sidestepped from that into working in software development. And I used to work for like large mining companies in software development, and I'd never heard of WordPress when I left where I had most recently been working. And my husband actually runs a software development company and has done for many, many years. And originally our plan was I was going to go and work with him, and we were going to be like this power duo. And, I was going to do all the customer facing stuff and be the product owner, and he was going to be managing the development team. And that lasted like 3 months. And then we nearly murdered each other. So I thought, you know what, I actually need my own thing. And one of the things that he really didn't enjoy doing was creating websites. And that's a little bit of a problem when you have a software development business and you have a rubbish website because it doesn't look great. So he was like, how about you see if you can work on our website? And that was my first introduction to WordPress. So I kind of went to him and said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to set it up using WordPress. And he was like, no, you can't use WordPress. And I was like, but why? This is the best one. And I did all of this research on it and basically threw myself for about a year into learning everything there was to learn, well, as much as I could about WordPress. I had a little bit of code already, so I just kind of threw myself into it. And part of that was I discovered about meetups, and I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. I can go and hang out with other WordPress nerds. And then I was devastated because I found out that it had been like 9 months since our last WordPress meetup because the person who used to run it had burnt out and wasn't running it anymore. So I was like, is there someone else that can run it? And she was like, that sounds like a volunteer to me. So I started running our WordPress meetup again, and I've been doing that for about 3 years now. Then I discovered WordCamps, and I've spoken, I think, at 5 WordCamps now, 2 of them outside of Australia and 3 of them in Australia.
Nice. Very cool. So I love these non-traditional enter into the WordPress space stories, and then, whoa, turns out you're a meetup organizer. Okay, you speak at WordCamps. You get in pretty quickly once you realize that, WordPress is cool technology, but also there's this awesome community around it as well.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about some of the work that you do. Is it remote work? Are you working for yourself? Are you working from home? Do you work from coffee shops? Do you have a co-working space? Do you have an office? What's the story there? And how has the last year or so been for remote work for you?
Yeah, so actually all of those things. So the one thing that all my intro slides, whenever I do a presentation, kind of talk about the things I'm passionate about. And it's like data-driven decisions, technology, travel, and cats, but not necessarily in that order. And in the last sort of 3 or 4 years, I've added WordPress to that list.
Nice.
So I work from home about probably 50 or 60% of the time. And my husband and I also have a co-working space in the city because if you've ever been to Perth, you know it's really spread out. We've really embraced urban sprawl. So for us, to get from one end of the metropolitan area to the other is like a 2-hour drive. So it's good having somewhere kind of central that we can base ourselves. But also, I love my cat, but she's not a very good conversationalist. And sometimes we just want to talk to people that are not each other. So I have a co-working space that I work from some of the time. I work from home some of the time. I do work from cafes and stuff. And when the entire world is not locked down for travel, then we also try and travel for at least 3 months of the year. So yeah, a little bit of everything, I guess, is the answer to that.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing. Too much of anything is a lot. So I think that keeping a good balance of a little work from home, a little co-working space, a little travel, it's good for mental health and self-care.
Absolutely.
I did want to talk a little bit about that as well as someone who does work remotely, maybe from various different spaces. What do you, anything that you do particularly for self-care or mental health or anything
Exercise
that
definitely I think is super important. So I've always struggled with my weight being in a very sedentary job. You know, we're sitting in front of computers for so many hours a day, so it's very difficult and to maintain a healthy lifestyle when you're sitting down all of the time. So for me, a lot of it is about like coming up with reasons to just get up and walk around the house or get up and walk around the office, whether it's going and saying hi to someone, or my husband and I, especially during like COVID, our home gym is super decked out, but we also have like I have an entire room dedicated to crafting because I just love my like being able to go and do something creative that is just for myself and not because I'm going to sell it or because a customer's demanded it or something like that. So we also have our entire garage not full of cars, but it is full of woodworking equipment. So it's generally my kind of downtime thing, I guess, is creating things that are just for myself. So it could be sewing, it could be making earrings or my little like umbrella badge, or it could be making a cutting board for my sister, or it could be making music. So yeah.
Yeah, I see those instruments and guitars and stuff behind you. Awesome. I think there's a little nugget in there, which is the, a lot of people will tell you, you should have hobbies outside of work or things you do, just for your own joy and not for clients or not for money to be paid for, just something you kind of take joy out of. And I think you've actually taken it to the next step of saying, I've actually dedicated certain rooms of my house to these hobbies and to these things that I take joy out of. And I think like creating space to actually... I think it actually really does help you to be able to do these things. Because if you didn't have like a garage for, the woodworking space, you'd be like, I want to do woodworking, but okay, well, how do I do that? You just run into your garage because you have that space set up specifically for that. So I think that's really cool. I
mean, it's not great that our car is now in the driveway, but like it's a trade-off, right? But also I think that separation of the things that you're doing for work and the things that you're doing like just in general or for fun, like it's just as important to segregate the things that are not work as the things that are work. So a lot of people talk about making sure that your office space is separate from your living area, but I think it's just as important sometimes to make sure it's the other way around, that your fun things are separate from your work things. So a lot of people who are entrepreneurial fall into the trap of like, oh, I do woodworking as a hobby, I need to start selling chopping boards. Like if that's your hobby and you enjoy it, you don't have to monetize it. That's just because you're a creative person and you can sell that doesn't mean you have to.
I totally get that. When I was starting my WordPress journey, I started this soccer blog called dreamstartsoccer.com. It's not up anymore, so folks who are listening don't even try to go to the URL. But I found that out firsthand because I'm a huge soccer fan. I was getting like some volunteer writers doing some cool like soccer writing, and it kind of turned from like I love soccer and I just love watching, I love playing, into like, oh, this is like kind of like a hassle now. It's like it almost like hurt the passion I had for just soccer as a person, because I felt like it was something I was trying to like, I don't know, do this real thing or start this blog, and it just kind of it took away a little bit from the joy I took from soccer. So I'm totally there with you on that. Okay, let's wrap up. Let's start wrapping up here. And I want to hear a little bit about what you have in store, or what's in store for you for the next, I don't know, few months, maybe the next year. The last year has been pretty tough. Last 15 months have been pretty tough for everybody. But anything on the horizon for you in terms of, I don't know, new projects, things you're working on, new hobbies you want to start, anything like that?
So I actually have taken a little bit of time away from doing a huge amount of project work at the moment to really focus on our business. So I run a very small, and I know the term boutique web agency gets thrown around a lot, but we never really wanted to be, servicing everybody. So we're very much niched down into 3 areas, and that's working with super technical clients. So think like engineering consulting companies and the kind of thing where like you tell people what you do and they're like, huh? Because I do have a really strong technical background, and it just makes it a lot easier for me to understand the needs for those clients. So I think niching down in that tourism, because we love traveling and we run like a big travel group on Facebook and stuff. And also like working with organizations, so like large, you know, non-profits and corporates and stuff that have like boards and investors and things, and you've got to deal with all of that kind of stuff. So we've really kind of niched down, and I think I just want to continue on that journey. We've got a really small but close-knit team that's kind of spread out all around the world. There's 4 of us, and I don't really plan on expanding, or five of us if you count my husband, because he kind of dabbles a little bit in the business. Yeah. So I'm really enjoying that. And I guess just in terms of the community, we actually had the first ever WordCamp Perth scheduled, and we were super excited. That was meant to be October last year, but for obvious reasons that didn't happen. We've actually had 2 meetups back again in person now, because we've been going really well in Perth with like we've got 0 community cases at the moment. Every time we have like 1 case, the entire state locks down. It's insane compared to like, you know, the US and stuff like that. But we're really hopeful that we will have WordCamp, the first WordCamp Perth, you know, in person really soon. Hopefully this year, fingers crossed. And I'm just really looking forward to, you know, everyone kind of being vaccinated and being able to move around the world again, and things going back to moderately normal. So
yeah.
There, hey?
I hope that that WordCamp is able to be thrown ASAP. But yes, of course, we want to stay safe. But I think we all are looking forward to in-person WordCamps.
Now. Yeah.
I agree, totally. Cool. All right, last but not least, why don't you tell folks where they can find you online if they want to learn a little bit more? Website, social media, all that jazz.
Sure. So my personal blog is joemini.com, and that's mostly just my ramblings. So if you want to see, like, you know, how ridiculous and quirky I am, that's probably one of the places to find me. On Twitter, I'm at joemini. So my handle's just joemini on Twitter. And if you are a woman in WordPress, come hang out with us on, I think it's Women Who WP is the Facebook group. So if you just search for Women Who WordPress, I think the group URL is Women Who WP. So come join us there. That's not just, you know, women who run their own web design business, but also just ladies who have their own business blog or whatever it is, because it can sometimes be a very male-dominated industry, and, you know, sometimes we just need our own place to hang out. So come find me there.
Cool. I just checked out joemini.com. I love this little cartoon logo you have of yourself. It's very cool.
It looks like me, right?
Yeah, it does. I'm on the website, and I come back to the recording room. I'm like, oh, hey, that looks exactly like you. It's very good. So, Joe, thank you so much for being on this WordFest interview. Appreciate you coming on.
You're most welcome. Thanks very much, Joe. It's nice to meet you.
I am here with Verity Hines. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whenever somebody's listening to this. How are you today?
Hey, Michelle, thanks for having me. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Excited about WordFest. It's starting. Today's the day, and I'm very excited about it.
Yes, very much so. This is something we're really looking forward to. Like last year, we get to meet and connect with community members all day for 12 hours straight in our case, and it's a blast. I'm so looking forward to it.
And it's right up your alley, as we say, because you are the community evangelist for Elementor.
Yes, indeed. I still think it's a heavy title to have received it, but yes, I am one of the people within Elementor who gets to represent the voice of the user internally. So listen what users really care about and protect their interests in the company. And of course, it's good to take the evangelism part to spread the word of Elementor and let people know what a useful platform it is.
Exactly. And, I have actually been working with Elementor a lot over the last year too, and I bought a license. I haven't put
Thank
it on my
you.
new site yet, but I will be working with it very shortly. But in my role at GiveWP, when I help other customers, of course, I'm in their sites, and so many people are using Elementor, and it's a great page builder for people to be able to make their sites look however they'd like, which is wonderful. So I have met many of your team at WordCamps. I met Ben Pines at the last WordCamp US that we had before the pandemic hit. And I've even had him on my podcast before. So I can
Nice.
I can say without reservation that all the people I've met from Elementor have been really wonderful people. So tell us a little bit about what you do on the day-to-day basis at Elementor.
So that's actually a big question because there's a lot. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But so I'm just going to go through how they pop up in my mind. I'm very honored and blessed to be working with a fairly large group of volunteers. I wish I could name them all right now, but that would take too much time. And especially the moderators, I get to help them help our community members and answer community members themselves, of course, continuously interact with people. I do a lot of direct video calls and messages and looking into their posts, really getting the feel and the sense and their needs. And that's the external part. The internal part is that I get to work on on many wonderful community projects, like helping out with Elementor Experts Network, something where people can show off their profiles, a program run by Ronnie. I get to be part of the Elementor Hub, a program run by Nate, which launched this week. Sorry for the small commercial here, but it's basically the new home for our community. We are very much known on Facebook, but on this hub, you have a lot more possibilities, like quickly finding answers, because people can actually mark answers as the best one, and that kind of thing. There's a lot more to it, but I really recommend people just visiting it on. Can I name the URL, or is that going?
Absolutely. No, tell us.
Okay, good. So that's a forum.elementor.com, and please go check it out. It can save you tons of time, and you get to meet with your peers and learn from one another. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, I'll make sure that I head over there and be one of the first people to sign up. If it's this new, I can be one of the first people in the group. That'll be nice.
Yes, well, you're an Elementor user yourself, so I can't wait to see you in the community, and of course to see what you've built with our wonderful site builder.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you talk about community, and you and I both work a lot within the WordPress community, what does the WordPress community mean to you? If you had to describe what it is, how would you describe us?
Well, the first thought actually is it's my life. It's been I've always been a consulting web creator. Basically, that's how I identify since the late 90s. I've loved internet and all the amazing possibilities, especially in the early days. You dream one after another, and then WordPress came along, and that just blew my mind. It was only available for a couple of months when I joined, and that made things so much easier and faster and more approachable. It just clicked. And well, me being a social animal by nature, and really loving the learning loop, I immediately got into well, to talk about the learning loop for a sec, that explains everything in my case. For me, is as soon as you gain some knowledge, you immediately share that with another. So teach what you just learned, because they'll ask you questions you didn't think of. and thus accelerating the learning process, so the learning loop. And I do that whenever I can. So that's how I got at Elementor, actually. I went into this little Facebook group to learn and immediately teach what I learned and connect with people. And that blew my mind because it was filled with people who were competitors. You know, they're all competing for the same customers to build websites for, but also very actively helping each other be better, learn more, fix issues, all that kind of thing. And that was so I stuck around, and well, eventually from volunteer to employee, I ended up working there. But for WordPress in general, it's been such a long part of my life already. It's everything to me, I guess.
I know exactly what you mean. I tend to think of the people I know in the WordPress community as extended family in a lot of ways, you know, and the last year and a half with the pandemic, it's been soul crushing not to be able to see everybody at WordCamps. And so how has the pandemic changed the way that you interact with the community?
So I live in the Netherlands. All my teammates at Elementor are mostly in Israel, although we are situated in many countries. We've even opened a new office in Serbia recently. Um, so I've always, especially as a web creator, always worked from home for years on end. And even before, when I was a consultant, you go to the customer a few days a week, but work from home the rest, so you can really, you know, focus and be productive. So the pandemic actually didn't change much for me in that regard. I was already used to, I must say. So of course the pandemic was absolutely awful, but you know, I love to see the positive things in even in the bad things. And in this case, it really helped remote workers to gain understanding. I think that's the biggest thing for me. A lot of people, even friends, think, yeah, you're just dressed from the top and in your pajamas below screen, and just have a few talks and be lazy and just go read a book in the garden, and you have it too easy, man. And you keep have to you constantly need to explain that no, when you work remotely, you constantly have to uh, not just be productive, but show your productiveness. People must feel it, see it, and you need to be visible with it, and that can be really challenging. In fact, you work more hours than most people, because most people get in their car, you know, have the typical office hours, and everybody starts to leave, so that gives you an excuse to leave too. But when you're sitting at home and you're really focused on the actual work, on the actual goals, on actually accomplishing things, you're not looking at a clock. You're just going from one accomplishment or goal to another. And if you really love your work, I think most web creators do. It's a very creative profession. Um, you're making a lot of hours, and of course you love what you do. But yeah, anyway, I got a little bit off track, but I hope
No,
that
that's fine. So
your
you have a
your
family. You have a family. You're working from home. How do you balance home and family and work when you're working from all of, you know, working and family all in the same space? How do you find the way to manage your time that way?
So I use a system that I dubbed time blocks. I'm
Okay.
sure there's a smart person who invented it before me and has a different name for it. I don't know. But time blocks, basically, I divide my week into 21 blocks. Some do 28, depending on 3 or 4 blocks a day. For me, it's 3 blocks and a golden hour. So every day has a golden hour when I wake up, 6 a.m. That's in the morning, right? AM, PM?
I
Yeah.
think so, yes.
Then I have about an hour and a half to work on my one thing. So there's always a biggest thing you are working on, the biggest project, and the golden hour constantly goes to that. So you wake up, get your coffee. Nothing else exists. You're just doing that.
Mhm.
Um, enjoy that productive golden hour, and then the 3 regular blocks start, and each block is divided over projects. And when I work in that block, it's only that project or that customer or that thing I do. So I don't even sell websites or sell as a small agency owner myself on the side, which I've been doing all my life. I sell time blocks, and the work I do for Elementor are those blocks, and usually more than I always intended, because it really is an awesome job.
Right.
But the same for my agency. So my Tuesday evening is sold to customer XYZ, and they can call me just during that block, not outside unless it's an emergency. And during that block, they can talk 2 hours about this little font change they want, or let me do my work. They usually choose the latter. So that's very effective. But the most important thing are the, which I call the holy blocks. I am an evangelist after all. And those are for my, and this answers your question, for my family and friends. So those cannot be touched. The planet has to be on fire for me to touch those. So when I can play with my kids, or have fun with my wife or friends, or those blocks, they are there for them. Sometimes, of course, my kids, they grow up. They're 9 and 12. So they go all over the place, and if they're gone and my wife is reading a book, then of course I immediately use the extra game time for my work, because there's no work or private life. There's life, and in this life we do all these amazing things, and the work we do, I don't even consider it work, but all the amazing things we do, fit in that life. Anyway, a bit of a long answer, but I hope that answers.
Yes, of course. Well, so we have just about a minute left. I would like to first thank Elementor for sponsoring, WordFest that we had in January and again today. And as your parting words today, tell us a little bit about why it's important for Elementor to support the WordPress community through events and things like Big Orange Heart.
Very simply put, Elementor is community. Without community, without the users communicating with us and us being there for them, we wouldn't be where we are today, honestly. So yeah, we are community. I think that kind of sums it up all.
Very good. And if people want to get in touch with Elementor, they can just go to elementor.com. They can go to forum.elementor.com to join the new hub, and they can find you on Twitter, and they can find you Facebook groups and things like that. I know that it's not difficult to find Elementor because you're so well established in the community as well. So thank you so much.
All the channels. So
absolutely. Absolutely. And it's all over wordfest.live. You can find all kinds of links to Elementor there as well. So thank you for your sponsoring. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me today, and enjoy the rest of WordFest today. And we'll see you in the community. Thank you, Verdi.
See you there, and thank you. Absolutely.
Hi.
We are back.
We are.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
I'm going to introduce you, and then we'll dive in. So next up, we have someone special with us.
Dive in. Dive in. Was that a pun intended?
Oh my gosh, I didn't. Okay, you'll get why. So this is Megan Rose. Over the last month, Megan has swum over 24,000 yards to raise funds for Big Orange Heart. She did this as part of a challenge we've run over the last month called the hashtag, is this how you do it, 24K Steps to Mental Health Challenge, where members of the community pledge to walk or swim, in this case, a certain number of steps to raise funds for mental health. Megan is a web developer at Blackbird Digital. Blackbird Digital is an award-winning digital agency in Willoughby, Ohio. She's involved in her local WordPress community as an organizer and speaker. So we're going to find out from Megan why she took part in the challenge and what Big Orange Heart means to her. So welcome, Megan.
Hey.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, this is
So
awesome.
let's hear from you. You know, what inspired you to take part in this challenge?
So obviously, we all think mental health is important. I think that's why we're all here. So mental health is really important to me. And in particular, swimming helps with my mental health. It's a really good stress reliever for me. So when I heard about the steps challenge, I knew I wouldn't be able to do the steps because I have arthritis in my knees. So I was like, what's the spin I could put on it that makes it so I can do it? And that is something that I enjoy, and that is a calming thing for me. So
I totally get it. I'm going to ask how you found a place that you could swim those yards and how you tracked it. But first, we'll tell everyone, you might see at the bottom of your window a URL. That is the URL to view all the participants in this challenge. And you can still donate and help people reach their fundraising goals. Megan, I think we checked you were at $575 or $584 towards your goal of $1,000 raised. So that is awesome. And if anyone wants to click that link through and locate her specific challenge, you can still donate. So yeah, I'm curious how you found and tracked those yards and where in your community you've been swimming.
yeah, so a variety, actually. Summer is a little easier. I'm in Ohio. We don't have the best weather here. So yeah, summer actually made it easy. I was already planning on training for an open water swim in the lake. This is the cap for that. It got canceled this year, which was a bummer, because I was going to get an extra mile and maybe like 400 yards worth, whatever that math turns out to. It's a little late here. I can't do that math in my head to tell you how many yards that would be. 16 something, 1650. So yeah, I swam at a variety of places. I actually had my very first swim in a rock quarry in Peninsula, Ohio. It's very quaint and it's nice. I only did like 100 yards the first day because I was planning on going to a pool and it was closed. So I was like, I'm gonna go swim in a puddle in the earth.
It's natural.
I
Yes.
guess.
How cold was that? Was it cold?
It was pretty cold. Not the coldest swim I did this year. I think I hit the beaches like the minute they opened. So that was definitely the coldest. I was only able to handle a little bit of that. But yeah, so the rest of the time, just my regular rec center pool that I go to. It's actually the one I grew up going to when I would go to the rec. So yeah, I did all my yards there, and I do like workout sets. So I keep track of my yards that way. And then for any like long bits of time, I didn't grab my equipment. I should have, but I have a timer that I wear on my finger that has a little button, and you can if you're gonna do like a long distance, like I can't keep track past like maybe like a 500 yard distance. I don't even know if I can keep track that much. 300 to 500 is where my brain gets really fuzzy and I don't remember how much I've swam, and then I end up doing more and being more tired. So I keep track with a little, it's just a little timer, and you can do laps with it. So
cool.
Yeah,
that's how
I love
keep
that you
track.
shared that swimming for you is a way for positive mental health. How do you make time for it? And do you have any tips to anyone who has a different exercise or a different practice, just dedicating time to that?
Yeah. So I usually recommend people try to find a workout buddy. Personally, I don't use one, but I know other people have found that really helpful. I tend to be like a not practice in a team type of person. And I just want to go badly enough that I'll go 2 or 3 times a week. But I will say I procrastinated a tiny bit just on my distance goal. So this week, I think I went 3 times this week, and 2 of the times I actually went in the morning before work, which was a total change of routine for me. So I went at like 6:30 in the morning, and it was awful. I don't recommend it. I'm not a morning person.
That's dedication.
Yeah, I got coffee afterwards though, so it was good.
There you go.
Good to reward yourself.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm impressed. We had a handful of people take us up on the 24,000 steps. swim artwork movement challenge, which has been awesome. And, you've inspired me with the work that you've been doing. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, you can click that link. You'll see at the bottom of you might have to type it in. But yeah, if you want to contribute to Megan's project or anyone else who's contributing to that challenge, go ahead.
Yeah. And of course, again, we want to make sure that we thank our global sponsors, which are Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic. Our multilingual partner, Weglot. I have Weglot on all my websites, by the way, so that people can, because I can't translate them myself. Our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP, and Paid Memberships Pro. I probably pointed in the wrong direction because I'm turn around. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. They, we're up in the community tents. You could even win prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, and then you can even put it out on social media so people can see. Make sure you tag WordFest so we see it too. The photo booths brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full. We'll be back on the hour for our next session, which is Luke Carbis presenting Side Project Product Strategy. All right, we'll see you then.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Hello,
back.
We're back. You were just saying to be backstage how this time is flying, and it really is.
I did think 4 hours
Oh, I'm
would
not
take
hearing
quite some time. I don't think I've ever sat and done a presentation for this long. Luckily, we're getting breaks while our awesome speakers take their turns to present for you all. But yeah, we're coming in and out. But it's
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
I got my audio fixed. I can hear now. Awesome.
Success.
We're moving right along, and we have 2 hours. It's only 2 hours left in Australia, but here we go. Our next speaker to the stage, to stage one in Australia, is Luke Carvis, presenting Side Project Product Strategy.
Luke describes himself as a vigilante open source emissary and plenipotentiary for WordPress proletariat affairs.
And everything from the beginning of his title to the end of his bio is a tongue twister. So we're going to turn it over to Luke Carvis, and we will see you at the end for Q&A.
Hey, thanks so much. It always tickles to see people try to pronounce some of those titles that I made up make me sound inventive than I really am. So hi. Thanks for talking side project strategies. My name is Luke, and I've been involved in WordPress for quite a while now. I think I calculated out about 14 or 15 years, somewhere around that. And over that time, I've got to work on a whole bunch of different WordPress projects, mostly product related. And so over those years, I've been working with a few ideas to help you with your products. And so I thought I'd like to share some of them with you. So we could start talking about.
Hey Luke, I'm going to interrupt you real quick because your audio is not working.
Okay, hold on.
We're getting an
out of my microphone.
Yeah, so we're getting an echo and we're getting a lot of gravel, so I'm not able to. We're not able to understand you. Could maybe you try to replug in your headphones or something for us? Because I want people to hear your talk.
Is this any better?
Oh my gosh, yes, that's wonderful. Okay, we're gonna let you start from. We're gonna take me out of the room. We're gonna let you start again.
All right, thanks. All right, so yeah, we're going to talk about product. So maybe we could just start about talking about some of my qualifications and what gives me a bit of insight into this area. Start really in 2014 when I joined a small little WordPress startup called Stream. And I joined as an engineer, eventually moved into more of a product role. And after, a few different successes and a few different failures too, we eventually were acquired by XWP, which is a large WordPress agency, mostly focused on the enterprise. And at XWP, I took on a role of sort of head of product there and got to work on a bunch of exciting and interesting WordPress products where some of them were for clients, some of them were internal, and I really had the opportunity to refine my thinking around how product ought to work in this space, which is a fairly unique space in terms of open source and the various marketplaces that we have, very different from, say, the App Store or other things like that. And one of the projects I worked on at XWP was called Tide. And Tide is a service that scans the entire WordPress plugin and theme directory and rates the coding standards and various other health checks on each of the plugins there. And after developing that, I was fortunate enough to be able to, at WordCamp US one year, sit in a room with Matt Mullenweg and discuss the acquisition of Tide by WordPress.org. So at this point, I had two big products that I worked on and managed to be acquired, but nothing that I had actually done myself. Although I had lots of experience launching products and working on small little startup side projecty products, I'd always done it with the comfort of doing it on somebody else's money. So after a little while after Tide became part of the WordPress project, I left XWP and decided to start my own freelancing business. And while I was doing that, my side project was a product called BlockLab. BlockLab is a product that, or I should say was a product that helps you build blocks without having to learn React, and you can sort of do it with traditional WordPress PHP templates. And it wasn't long after launching BlockLab, maybe a couple of years, that BlockLab was actually then acquired by WP Engine. And I worked at WP Engine for a while, where BlockLab took on a new name and a new life as Genesis Custom Blocks. And so those are some of the many different products that I've worked on over the years, maybe the more well-known ones. And today I want to tell you about some of the strategies I've figured out work really nicely, especially in this space. And yeah, maybe they will be helpful to you. Since leaving WP Engine not that long ago, I now am full-time at Stratic, where I work on the WordPress side of their managed static WordPress hosting. Okay, so before we dive in too much into what those strategies are around building a side project, let's talk about why would you even want to build your product out as a side project. So it's worth asking to start with, what are the goals? What goals do you have in mind when you're creating a new product? So one of the goals might be that you don't want to spend too much time on it. You don't want to give up your day job, so you don't have 40 hours a week to invest in it, and you don't want to invest any money in it, and you got to get paid. So we're looking for something that maybe we can do on the side, takes about 10 to 20 hours of work each week, maybe even less. You don't want any outside investment. We just want to sort of self-finance this, do this on the side so that there's not any investors trying to interfere with direction or putting pressure on us to get things done quicker. We want to validate the idea as early as possible because we don't want to be wasting our time. And of course, once we launch, we don't want to launch anything that's got a massive support requirement or a big maintenance burden that we're going to have to give up our day job to support or have to hire people in and that sort of things. So it turns out, if these are your goals, then if you want to build a WordPress plugin or a WordPress theme, there's so much opportunity. There's a thriving marketplace for this sort of thing, and it just works out really nicely. So we're in a really good space specifically for side project businesses. What's there to gain from a side project? Well, we don't have any overheads at the start. We're not paying any wages. We don't have any major fees that we have to pay for a WordPress plugin. So that means our business model doesn't have to be self-sustainable from the get-go. It doesn't have to pay for itself, right? We don't need a business model that supports the wages of a 30-person sales team, for example. And that means that we can compete with other people on price because we don't have any overheads. We can find these narrow niches because we're not relying on a giant audience target audience to be able to use our product. And of course, we can afford to experiment and play around and have a bit of fun. So those are some of the reasons why you might consider working on a side project startup as opposed to a more traditional venture capital style startup. All right, so I would want to add there that a side project doesn't have to be aside from your regular place of employment. A side project doesn't mean that you're doing something sneaky on the side that maybe one day you'll be able to quit your job. It can mean that, but that's not necessarily what it means. You might have a business. You might even just be a freelancer, and you can still work on a side project at the same time to sort of diversify your income. You might work for a business where you have the flexibility to work on a side project on behalf of the business. They might give you an allowance to do that a certain amount of time each week. In general, a side project is just what I believe is just a good, solid way of starting a business, and that doesn't need to mean that you're doing it in order to quit your job. All right, so here's some of the strategies that I learned, and over the years, like developing these principles, they seem just like good, solid, common sense advice. I got to implement all of them, all three that I'm going to share with you today, while working on BlockLab. And so the way I might frame this talk is by just telling you a bit of the story of BlockLab from when it started, and that sort of might frame how we're going to approach these different topics. So the story actually starts at WordCamp Sydney. What year was it? I'm not sure, maybe 2018. And I was lucky enough to be chosen to give the keynote presentation And this was right before Gutenberg launched. It was still in beta. It was coming to, in the next few months, I think it was. And so my keynote presentation was giving a live demo of Gutenberg. And I'd been learning all about it in order to give the presentation. I was sort of fairly well versed in how Gutenberg worked. And after the presentation, it was a Q&A, and someone put their hand up and they said, how is Gutenberg going to affect my workflows as an agency? Because I use ACF, Advanced Custom Fields. I use this particular plugin to do everything, and Gutenberg's going to sort of wreck that flow because I have to learn this whole new, and details aside, this question sort of popped the idea in my head of like, what is ACF going to do about that? That is a bit of a problem that needs to be solved, and started to percolate this idea of what it might look like. And that's that idea. Have you ever had a good idea of a good product? Chances are you have, because basically everyone has. It happens all of the time. We have ideas for products all of the time, and some of them are good, some of them aren't so good. And what I'm trying to say is that they're really common. Ideas are very common, product ideas. And so that's why we're putting them at the bottom of what I like to call the pyramid. Don't go Googling that name, because I haven't written about it anywhere, and you might come across some anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Maybe I need a new one. But products are very common, and there's people out there who tend to take product ideas really seriously. Have you ever come across that kind of person? Maybe you're that kind of person. You've had this great idea, and all of a sudden you won't talk to anyone about it unless they've signed an NDA. Well, it's just not the case. Product ideas aren't precious. We need to treat them like the Lean Startup book teaches us to treat them, that they're not pets, they're cattle. We need to be ready to slaughter them. And that means validating the idea and validating it early. And if it doesn't sort of meet the cut, we're going to get rid of it. So keeping in mind that product ideas are fairly common, and suddenly I had this idea in this Q&A session, started in my head to pass it through the next layer of the pyramid, which is going to help us to filter out the good ideas, some of the good ideas and bad ideas. And this next layer is place. And what do I mean by place? Well, we could be talking geographically. That's not exactly what I mean. I'm partially just using place for the alliteration. But geographic place does come into it with a lot of things. In WordPress, with WordPress themes and plugins, not so much. When I talk about place, I more mean the industry, the reputation, the connections. So like, if my world right now is web publishing, it's WordPress. That's all I know. That's where I know people. I have friends in WordPress. I'm connected in that industry. So if I have a great product idea that's maybe music related or furniture related or something like that, unless there's going to be a strong web crossover, it's not really in my wheelhouse. So we're going to rule it out, because I'm not in the right place in my industry, in my career, in my reputation. So that's what I mean by place. But also, place is the right place in time, not just the right place geographically, not just the right place in your industry, but we've all heard of these ideas that are before its time, or that arrive too late to a saturated market. So we need to make sure that the idea that we've got, the product idea, is at the right point in time. And as I was thinking about this idea, it was a Gutenberg related idea. Gutenberg was a few months out from being released. We could be first to market, and we ended up being first to market with this idea right as the peak interest was happening around Gutenberg. So I knew that I could pass it through this filter, and I knew that it was going to arrive at the right place in time. So that's where we're going to put our idea now. We've got it through the product filter. We've got it through the place filter. We're going to put it through the smallest filter yet. And this is the hardest thing to come by when you've got a product idea. You want the people to help you build it. And finding the right people is extraordinarily difficult. And here's why. And when it comes to starting a project, like this new side project idea, and I really believe strongly in this, you don't want to go it alone. You want exactly 3 people on your team. And I know that that is like quite a strong statement. Why exactly 3? Well, I'll tell you why 3, because if you do it by yourself, it's going to be very hard to keep up momentum. Somebody's going to come up, you'll go on holiday, maybe your work gets busy, and things can easily slow down. And also, you kind of get lonely. The excitement of this new idea is going to die off. And if you're anything like me, you'll end up with yet another unfinished project collecting dust in a drawer or on GitHub. And beside that, no one person has the right skill set to be able to pull off a new product all on their own. And this is where we come to what I've called the indie founder Zen Ben. So you want the 3 people, not 2 people. That's still, you're not going to have the right amount of skill set, not the right variety in skills with just 2 people. And besides that, you're going to risk conflict over decisions. You need that 3rd person as a tiebreaker. And that's why 3 is such a good number. It's the right amount of diversity of skill sets, and the group dynamics really can't be underestimated when it comes to a 3-person group, especially on a small little exciting project. 4 people and you lose your tiebreaker. 5 people and you're splitting your equity too thinly, and you don't want that. So 3 people, and it can't be just any 3 people. You've got to get the right amount of, like I said before, the right diversity. And you want these 3 different roles, and each should have a little bit of crossover with the other. So these are the roles that I've found work really nicely. The product designer, this is where I tend to fit in myself, but you might see yourself in any of these roles. And the product designer is going to be responsible for things like understanding the product, understanding the target audience, having the vision for the product, talking to your customers, as well as doing things like UX. They might do like some visual design of how your product's going to work. Thankfully, in the WordPress admin, although UX is really, really important, a lot of the visuals are already taken care of on our behalf by WordPress. And we can just go, oh, well, we want our product to look native to WordPress, and so we're going to make it look like the rest of WordPress. So that eases that role a little bit. But that product designer role, sometimes it's called a product owner or a product manager. They're really responsible for the idea, the vision, and the audience of the product. And then, of course, you'll also want your technical lead. This is the programmer, the engineer, who's going to make it all possible. And of course, a product designer can't build it on their own, and a technical lead can't build it on their own without that vision, without the idea, or they can, but it won't be any good. So these are 2 equally important roles that you want on the team. And it's really good if your product designer has a bit of a technical background. For me, I am a programmer also, so that works really nicely. But maybe they just know a bit of HTML and CSS. Maybe they know enough to be able to code review on behalf of the technical lead, code review their pull requests. And so having that bit of crossover is really good. And then in the same way, your technical lead, having a bit of product knowledge, having a bit of a feel for UX design and that sort of thing is great. And then that 3rd role that you want to have, with those 2 roles by themselves, you're going to build a great product. It's going to work really nicely, but nobody's going to know about it. And that's why you need a sales and or a marketing person. Depending on the product idea is whether you'll need the salesperson or the marketing person. Although in WordPress, it tends to be more marketing focused, less sassy. And so marketing is a really big thing. And of course, if your sales or marketing person knows a little bit about product design, if they know technically how the product works, then they're going to be able to better communicate that to your target audience. So having that amount of crossover between each role is really important. And that's why, if we go back to our pyramid here, that people top section is the hardest to find, because you need to find these right 3 people on your team. And if you can get those 3 people and you've got the right place and time and you've got a good product idea, then you're good to go. But that doesn't happen very often. That's the part where you're going to weed out a bunch of product ideas that don't make sense to work on, and only work on the very, very best product ideas that you get. when you can get these 3 people involved. If you ever meet someone who is maybe you're a product designer and you meet a great sales and marketing person who you get along with, you got to foster that friendship and make it happen, and just wait for the product idea to come along, wait for the right technical person to come along, and then so it's good to have friends with those different skill sets. Okay, so now I've got this product idea. I've validated it in my head as the right time and place, and so I give my marketing friend Rob a call. I'm leaving WordCamp Sydney now to come home to Brisbane, and I'm in the airport, and I tell Rob about it, and he says, "You know what? That's a great idea. We're well positioned to do it. We could be first to market. I'm in." And I said, "All right, well, let me just see if I can get that third person, a technical lead in." So I give my friend Reynard, who's an engineer programmer, I give him a call, and he says, "Yeah, that's great. I'm in. I love the idea. Let's do it." My flight's boarding, and I'm on the phone to Reynard, and I say, "Do you think that we could build a prototype for this product, this Block Lab product, in 1 month?" And he said, what any good engineer ought to say, no, that we don't have time. That's not enough time. We need more time. So I reframed the question. Given a month, what can we build? Often when people are thinking about the MVP, the minimum viable product, which is like this product term that gets overused all the time, they think about what the minimum feature set is. They focus on the feature constraint. But, so they're going to say, oh, we'll have this feature, but not that feature, and this feature, but not that one, and so on. But this is a mistake, I find. Instead of focusing on the features, you should focus on establishing a time constraint, because, well, what's the purpose of an MVP? And really, I hate that word. The MVP means so many different things to different people. What is minimal? What is minimum on a product? What is viable? It's so subjective. And depending on who you ask, it means different things, from working on something for a year to working on something for a week. And so the purpose here of our MVP is to quickly validate our idea. And quickly is the word that usually gets missed. So instead of building an MVP, I prefer to build a prototype. And a prototype does just 2 things. It proves out the idea technically, like in a technical sense. Yes, this idea that we've described, it can actually be built. We may not have finished building it, but we're just going to work on it enough to know that it can be built. It's achievable from an engineering perspective. And the other thing it does is it replaces your pitch deck, because pitch decks are boring. Nobody likes slideshows. I don't even like slideshows, and I'm doing one right now. Instead, we want to give people something interactive. And it's much more effective to be able to show people, hey, this isn't finished, but click around and tell me what you think, as opposed to showing them high fidelity mock-ups in a slideshow format. You're going to get better feedback. And when you give people something that's more interactive, the feedback might be, it's not quite there, it needs this feature and that feature, but I can see potential. And that's the feedback you're looking for. You're not looking for, I wish it could do this and I wish it could do that. That can come later. You're looking for people to believe in the vision, get the idea, and tell you that there's potential there. So we built out the product in 1 month. We built this prototype, and we did it according to this launch plan that I think is a really, really effective way of getting WordPress products out there. And I haven't seen it often enough. In fact, I think I've only seen it for Block Lab and maybe one other. And this early access launch plan, I sort of devised inspired by some games on Steam. On Steam, which is a popular marketplace for selling games, one of the very common ways that games launch is that they'll launch into early access, where you pay a reduced price, get the game at a discount, and you get it before it's quite ready, just before it's not quite there, and the developer might work on it for another few months and maybe another couple of years even sometimes. And then when they launch the full game, the price goes up, but you got it at a discount because you backed it early and you got to see it and use it before it was quite ready. So this idea can be applied to WordPress in a really, really cool way. So we took the prototype that we built in 1 month. Oh, skipping forward here. There we go. Prototype in 1 month. And we got it up on WordPress.org. And it was rough. I'd tell you, it was really rough. It didn't have all the features we wanted. It worked without bugs, basically. And even it didn't even provide all of the value that we wanted to, but it was there and it worked. And so I reached out to a bunch of friends in the WordPress Australia Slack and asked for feedback, and so get a lot of feedback coming in. Most of it was positive. Now, at this point, if the feedback was more tepid, like, oh yeah, it's fine, more lukewarm, that's the point where the story would have been over. We could have maybe let it sit on WordPress.org a bit longer, see if anything happened with the installs, but probably we'd have just killed it and lost only 1 month worth of work. And when I say 1 month worth of work, I mean like 1 month working on this on the side for 3 people. But that's not what happened. Actually, what happened with BlockLab is people saw potential in the idea, and they said, it's good, but I can't use it without this feature. It's like, I wish that it could only do this, and people were passionate and excited about it. So we decided to continue. And here's how we continued. We wanted to pursue a freemium model. So this whole early access launch plan kind of depends on freemium models. It's one thing to sort of launch for free on WordPress.org, but that's not really a side project. We want to make money here. So a lot of WordPress plugins will use this freemium, where there's a free version of WordPress.org, and that sort of funnels into their premium version, which they sell privately and often is subscription based. So that's what we're doing here. And so what we did was the 3 of us got together and made a list of all of the features that we'd one day like to see included in the plugin. This was heavily influenced by the feedback we were getting from this prototype version. And then we divided this big long list of features into what we thought might be in the free version versus what we thought would be paid. And then for the next 3 months, we worked only on the free features. We put all the paid features aside, and we said we're going to spend 3 months working on just the free features. And 4 months in, we had a product. We had people using it, this audience. We had a lot of feedback. And even at this point, 4 months, we were still prepared to kill it. If we didn't see any growth during this period, if people didn't see value in the idea and keep giving us feedback, if it just sort of idled, these are indications that the idea isn't really going anywhere, and we'd have lost 4 months worth of work. That's not great from a personal perspective, but when you put that into the perspective of a startup, especially like a VC startup, then 4 months is far better than most other validation schemes. But as you probably know, just getting people to use it for free isn't really validation enough. The ultimate validation is asking people to pay for it. So we're 4 months in, we look at our list of premium features that we put to the side, and we assign each a difficulty score, like how it's easy to build is 3, it's really difficult to build is a 1. And we assign each a value score, 1, 2, or 3. I mean, it could be out of 5, it doesn't matter. And then we just look at those features that had the most value and are easiest to build. We actually did it in a spreadsheet and did the sum or whatever. And of all of the features that were easy to build and provided lots of value, we just picked just one, and we built it. And it took us less than a week. I think it took us 2 days, actually. And so we're 4 months in, and we've got 1 premium feature, and we launch our premium offering right at that point. And what we do is we launch this early access idea. We say, hey, come with us on this journey. We've got this idea. People are using it. People are loving it. We've got this feedback, testimonials. And if you pay now, we'll give you a lifetime discount. We did 50% off. We were going to have a subscription-based recurring subscription. We'll give you a lifetime subscription discount. And you'll get the product now and this one premium feature, but over the course of time, we're going to add more and more and more premium features, and you'll get them as they're available with updates. And people started buying in, and they weren't at the start buying it for the features. They were buying it for the vision, right? Not the product itself, but the idea of what the product could become. And of course, the big lifetime discount, because they really saw the value. Maybe even they didn't see the value now, but they saw the value that it could have once we'd finished building out all of the features we promised. And over the next 6 months, we still worked on some of the free features a little bit, but we focused more on the premium features and had more and more and more people buying the product with a subscription. And this is a great way of doing it, because suddenly we're like getting money into the bank account. We're able to start really pushing the marketing. And towards the end of the 6 months of this early access phase, we had enough to sponsor a WordCamp. We flew in our technical lead from Mexico to Australia and had like a get together to sort of celebrate the end of the premium early access launch plan. And at the end of the 6 months, we've spent 4 + 6, 10 months working on the product. We've had validation at every single step of the road. We've had people using it for 10 months. We've had people paying for it for 6 months. We've got money in the bank, and that, after just 10 months, is how we launch our premium service. We stopped selling it with the lifetime discount, and we stopped doing the early access thing. We're still adding features as we go, but that's less of a focus. And that's how we launched the product. And we found that that was such an excellent way of doing it, and would absolutely recommend and try and replicate it again in the future. So that is the early access launch plan. We talked about the indie founder Zen Van, and we talked about the pyramid. Do we have, I think it's now time for questions.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Luke.
That was awesome.
You're welcome.
I'm glad we got your audio fixed, because it was definitely worth listening to.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah. So Kim, I think you had a question or two, didn't you?
Yes, I do. I kind of did like a side project thing while we did agency work, and then we moved it into like a real product. But I was working with my husband. So I wonder if you have any tips for that Zen founder 3-person team to kind of establish expectations and workload share, kind of things like that you might want to set up right in the forefront of the project.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And especially obviously working with a spouse can be a little bit more of a difficult working relationship sometimes, but that doesn't mean it can't happen, especially if you've got the right amount of variety in your skill sets, right? Obviously, it doesn't matter whether they're your spouse or someone else. If you're going to be working on the same type of thing, it's less than ideal. Right? You don't want 2 marketers without, say, a technical lead. Oftentimes when I'm doing this, I'll get together with the team that I've established right at the very start, and I'll say, look, this is obviously a side project for me. I know it's a side project for you. And this is the amount of hours I'm planning on putting in. And I think that, let's all commit to a sort of base amount of hours. But of course it's loose, like, if you put in a little less there, a little more here, it's not, it's just a side project. And that's part of the fun of doing a side project, is it doesn't have to be taken too seriously.
Excellent.
We do have a question from our watchers. Charles wants to know, what can you advise for those of us with an idea but no network?
This is a really good question. It's almost saying that middle phase of the pyramid there, like not quite in the right place, not quite in the right industry. The best thing that you can do is put your idea on hold, seriously, and instead focus on getting involved in the community, right? So if I have an idea for, what did I say earlier, furniture, maybe I sort of join the local woodworking club and start learning more about that sort of thing, and start, maybe furniture isn't the greatest example, but start giving back. That's one of the reasons why WordPress plugins are such a great starting point for people building products, is because it's really easy to give back into WordPress. So start attending your local meetup, WordPress meetup, if it's a WordPress plugin. Start contributing to core in whatever way, getting involved in support forums and reading GitHub issues for Gutenberg, that sort of thing. So really focusing on giving back and contributing to the community, as opposed to trying to get in the ground floor and sort of having this side hustle that people sort of, I'm sorry, but if this is offensive to anyone, but people have BS meters and they're pretty finely tuned. And when you're going into an audience, you're going into a new crowd and you're actually trying to sell something along the way, people sort of twig to that and things don't really work out. So if you go in there with a genuine attitude of, I want to give back, you establish goodwill, and that goodwill goes so far once you're ready to start working on your product.
Absolutely. Without building that network alongside of your product, or even before you get to your product, you end up getting very discouraged about your product because you have it but nobody to share it with and nobody to show, and it's easy to just kind of say, well, this, nobody wants it, as opposed to building that group first and then having somebody to share it with.
Yeah
So fantastic.
Do you have any advice for managing your own personal time, since we focus on some mental health things? Just, I know side projects can be consuming and you can have moments of heavy working on them. Do you have any tips for that balance?
Watch less TV.
Don't sink your time other ways, right?
Yeah, and when it comes to balance, like the way that I think about it oftentimes is people think about like personal time and work time, but that doesn't quite sit right for me. What I think about instead is input versus output and balancing those things. So I try to get, me personally, I want to have a lot of creative output, and working on a side project is absolutely counts as creative output. Okay. You're probably doing a lot of creative output in your day job. So I said watch less TV, but actually I find that it's important to try and balance. Like, I read a lot of books, I really enjoy going to the movies, and I try and get that creative input with some sort of balance. I don't know, whatever works for you. For me, it's about 2/3 output and 1/3 input, but like find some balance that works for you. But I found that framing it less as me time versus work time and more as input versus output helped a lot.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Luke, for being with us today. We really appreciate your talk, and you were our first live talk and it worked pretty well. So it's nice to know that we've got everything in place to move forward. Thank you so much for supporting. And Stratic, of course, is one of our sponsors here today. So thank you so much for all the work that you do for the community. And you also actually host BigOrangeHeart.org. So thank you for that as well. Very good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a moment now to thank some more of our sponsors. It was a good segue there for me, Michelle. We're going to go through the list of our awesome sponsors. We have Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, all sponsors at our global level. We want to thank our multilingual partner, Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Be sure to visit all their tents, chat with them in that community area. You might win some prizes, which is really cool. You can get your photo taken, and lots of cool banners and stickers and things. You can do a photo or a boomerang. I've been seeing some people doing. That is sponsored by Content Journey and also Stratic. And then also there's a swag bag. So if you look at the top of your menu there, you can drop that down and get some deals and gifts from our sponsors. And thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. All of our sponsors, they make our Big Orange Hearts very full.
That's right. And if you look at the very bottom of your screen, you can see how much money we're raising. If you click that money amount, you can make a donation directly to Big Orange Heart to continue to support the work that we do. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 15-minute break. Now it's a great time to go grab a cup of coffee, use the facilities, grab a bagel, donut, something fun, fruit, I don't know, something healthy. Yeah, I've got some water myself.
Super fun.
Yeah, fun. And then we'll see you back. Thank you.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Hey, Kim.
Hello.
Can you believe this is our last hour?
I know.
I know. It's crazy. Guess what? I just did a refresh on the home screen, and the number of donations has gone up. I feel remember in the old days doing like the telethons on TV and be like, show that tote. I feel like I just had that moment.
I don't think my kids will even know it. The celebrities answering the phone. Now you have celebrities like us here
our children,
talking to you.
Our children think we're celebrities, but not that kind of celebrity. Like, we're so lame, Mom.
Yes.
Anyway.
That's okay. It's our job.
It is our job to be lame. That's right. So I'm excited because another thing that we are introducing with this iteration of WordFest is wellness sessions. And Urban Yogi has partnered up with us. They're doing 3 wellness sessions. And in addition to that, we actually have a coupon for 3 free months of their app. So if you go to the swag bag, you can get 3 free months of their app. And it's I've heard it similar to like the Calm app and things like that. So you can try it out. It's
like chair yoga, just adaptable ways to increase
and meditation.
Yeah,
something like
I love
that.
it.
So our first wellness session, like I said, is the Urban Yogi, and I think Rahul is going to be joining us. And it's called Mindfulness of Breath. Doesn't that sound like calming already? I know.
We might not be awake to come back at the end. No, we try.
We'll try. You did remind me to lock my front door. That was really helpful. So we'll keep each other up. But let me just tell you a little bit about Urban Yogi. They're the fastest growing app for meditation and sleep. That sounds awesome, doesn't it? Join millions experiencing lower stress, less anxiety, and more restful sleep with their guided meditation, sleep stories, mindful music, breaths, and many more. Whether you're a remote freelancer, a small business owner, or an entrepreneur, and if you find it difficult to de-stress, sleep, and focus, gosh, we wouldn't know anything about that, would we? You can experience lower stress, less anxiety, and better sleep with their guided meditation and meditative music on the Urban Yogi app. It is the first app of its kind which offers both a curated content library of science-backed and practice-backed meditation and mindfulness practices and a 24/7 coach support. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
And like I said, visit the swag bag for a coupon.
Get my app a while.
I know. I'm going to try to pull it up and take a look at it too while they're giving a talk here. So you can visit the swag bag, like I said, for a coupon for 3 months free on the Urban Yogi app. So we're going to listen to our I don't know about you, but like when I hear the commercials come on for Cloudways and Stratic, I actually kind of like dance a little bit at my desk, and I'm not a good dancer, so that's probably why it's good.
They take the video off when that comes on.
That's a good thing. Yeah, if you catch me, it's going to be like, oh, Michelle, don't do that. Anyway, we're going to roll those now, and then when we come back, it will be with Rahul from Urban Yogi. So, and then we'll see. You and I will meet with him afterwards for Q&A. We'll see you there.
Cool.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
So, am I live now? Yeah. Hey everyone, welcome to the session by Urban Yogi. I'm Rahul from Urban Yogi team. I lead growth for this startup. So, before we begin the session about mindfulness of breath, I'll just give you a brief about us. So, uh, we are a meditation and mindfulness app, and we are on the mission to help users take care of their mind through personal mindfulness coaching. And we believe that you know uh, so we use blend of human level coaching and AI based content recommendation at scale to solve this problem. And what we found out that 90% uh, 90% of 90% of the users using mental wellness apps, they are the beginners of these mindfulness practices, and they require a kind of personal human intervention which is lacking in the current in the current wellness space, because they are just selling, like they just have certain mindfulness sessions only, without human intervention. So without further ado, I'll just start up with the session so that you guys can relax and experience, and let's let's have the app. So thank you so much, guys. So this is our OpenYogi app, which is available on Play Store, App Store, and Mac App Store. So this is the Mac version that I'm currently showing it to you guys. And so we have fairly simple, layout. It has a home, a sleep tab whenever you want to do something related to sleep, and the UI is also kind of divided into categories. As in, here you can have the categories and the music. As in, if you just want to listen to music while you are sleeping, and there's this meditate section if you want to meditate, and again the same division, like when you want to have guided meditation sessions, or you just want to listen to some music, right? And at home, what we do is we give you today's plan based on your daily needs, as in whatever goal you set up. So whenever you onboard the app asks you to have a kind of goal, whether you want to de-stress, whether you want to relax, whether you want to have better sleep. So according to that, there's this AI that's inbuilt in this app. So it suggests you session every day to do. So here you can see that we are in today's plan. I have a let it go session, which is a guided session, and a music session that I can do. The other thing that we have on this app is what we call as journeys. So journeys are the curated, plan given by coaches that we can follow, you know, like every day. So, like, I'll just give you a brief about that. So this is one of our coaches, Oliver Jenkins. So what he gives us, this plan of anxiety relief, like a day 1, day 2, day 3, and the next day unlocks only after you complete the first session from day 1, right? And so these are the quick and easy sessions, right? So I'll just so the session that I had in mind was mindfulness of breath, and it's a fairly wonderful session uh, by yeah by John and I, and yeah, we can start with the session.
Welcome to this practice, mindfulness of breath. Finding a comfortable position, sitting on a chair or on the floor with a straight back, body relaxed and stable. You can also lie down if you prefer. Gently closing the eyes or looking down with a soft gaze. Taking a moment to settle in by letting go of your day and simply bringing your awareness into the present moment. Becoming more and more relaxed with each incoming breath, and letting go of any tension, worry, or anxiety with each outgoing breath. There is nothing expected of you at this moment. Simply relaxing into the present, slowing down, and becoming aware of how we're feeling. There is not a right thing or a wrong thing to feel. Simply becoming aware. Our intention for this practice is to cultivate present moment awareness with kindness and curiosity. To begin with, gently bringing our awareness to our breath flow, the incoming breath, the outgoing breath. Simply observing our natural breath flow without any attempt to control it in any way. Noticing the qualities of your breathing. Is it deep? Is it shallow? Observing the sensations of the breath in our body. Where do you feel the breath most vividly? How do you know your body is breathing right now? You may become aware of the rise and the fall of the abdomen, expansion and contraction of the chest, or notice any subtle sensations in the nostrils. Bringing our awareness to a part where we notice these sensations of our breath. Bringing our awareness to a part where we notice the sensations of our breathing. If the mind wanders off, simply noticing what is on the mind, seeing the thoughts, and gently coming back to the breath flow without judgment, frustration, or criticism. The mind will wander off many times during this practice, and it is absolutely normal. Our role is to notice the wandering mind and bringing our attention back to our breathing. When we get lost in thoughts, simply acknowledging it and coming back to the breath again and again with kindness. Nothing is lost. We always have the next moment, the next breath that is coming our way. Gently bringing our awareness to our abdominal area. Gently bringing our awareness to our abdominal area and observing each cycle of breath for a while. Becoming aware of sensations of each incoming breath and each outgoing breath. Our breath has been with us since our birth, yet we rarely realize it in our busy lives. Can we start treating each incoming breath as a new beginning, a new moment, and each outgoing breath as a complete letting go, surrendering? This is how our lives unfold, breath by breath by breath, moment by moment by moment. Staying with the expansion and contraction of the abdominal area with each breath. Now gently shifting our awareness from the abdomen into the nostrils. Can you feel the touch of the breath in your nostrils? From which nostril does the breath come in and go out? Left, right, or maybe from both at times? Is there a difference between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath? You may realize that the outgoing breath is slightly warmer than the incoming breath. Noticing the sensations of the breath in the nostrils as it comes in, as it goes out. Observing the natural breath flow. Where is your attention right now? Are you still observing your breath, or did your mind wander off? If it did, can you gently bring it back to the breath flow? Taking a deep breath in and out, letting go of our focus from the breath, and noticing our body sitting or lying here. Becoming aware of any physical sensations in the body. Noticing any sounds in the environment. And simply resting in awareness for a moment. Now gently starting to move your body and allow the qualities of relaxation, presence, and awareness to integrate into your daily life.
So I guess that was the session.
That was so relaxing. Just the music and the voice. I was just sitting here kind of blissing out. It reminded me, I used to run a massage school, and it reminded me of the music that they play like during a massage. It was so peaceful.
Yeah, and other than that, we have collaborated with 100 plus mindfulness coaches around the world. And like there's this question that we get asked a lot, that if there are calm and headspace in the market, why are you trying to enter into the space? So like this question, like the answer to this question is, first, everyone's mindfulness needs are different. Like everyone have different reasons to meditate. For some it's to reduce stress, for some it's to get better sleep, for some it's to get more productive at their work. But like if there's this human intervention, like the coach tab that you we have in the screen, it's not available on the Mac app is it's still in beta, so we are just testing it out. I just gave you a demo. So if you like the experience of this Mac app, I'm sure you're going to love the experience that we have on the app. And yeah, and on the content side, like what journal public has to kind of experiences, like what other apps offer is simple mindfulness techniques, like breath work or body scan techniques. But like meditation and mindfulness is much more than that. There are advanced techniques like chakra healing meditation, or yoga nidra, which is a very powerful sleep. Like it's said to be 100 times more powerful than the sleep story. So like just head over to the app. Like we're giving you guys 3 months of free access to the app.
Yeah.
And feel free to use it. And yeah,
Did you download it yet, Kim?
I did.
I did too.
I need to go to the claim thing. But
I do
yeah,
too. Yeah.
Urban Yogi.
Yep, I got it. So you can visit
Excellent.
urbanyogi.live/wordfest for 3 free months of the app, and then report back to us in either on Twitter or Slack and for Big Orange Heart, and let us know how it worked for you. I don't know about you. I don't know that I should be feeling this relaxed when I still have 20 more hours of WordFest. But maybe now I'm just going to coast through the rest of it, which will be awesome.
Very cool.
Just going to check. I don't think we had any. Yeah, we don't have. Actually, we do have a question. Let's see. Or at least Erica said, let me bring this up on the screen here. Where am I? So I guess it was more of a comment. Erica said how important it is to take the time to listen to our breath. She says, I loved the session. Just to end the day, to go to sleep, I will practice this more often. You've already had a very good impact on at least one person, Raul. So we're very good. Thank you,
So
Erica,
as
for
I
the
said,
comment.
kind of, I'm not the expert. Like I'm just the app developer. So that's why we have this coach tab, right?
Mhm.
So what we do is we direct the queries to like one of our 100 coaches, and he'll be more qualified to answer this question. Like you'll get much more insight. So why don't you just head over to the app? There's this coach
Yeah.
section, and you can
Excellent.
direct the same query to the coach.
Absolutely. Seth says Kim looks tired, but I don't think Kim looks tired. I think Kim looks relaxed.
I feel relaxed.
That's a good thing for sure. Raul, thank you so much. We have 2 more sessions coming up in the next few hours with Irving Yogi. I can't remember exactly what they are. Mindfulness of breath was one. I don't know if you recall the other names of them off the top of your head. Into the Calm is the next one.
Yeah.
And then the last one we have
Finding Peace.
Finding Peace. I'm definitely going to be tuning in for all of those. So we thank you so much for being here, and we will see you soon. Kim, do you want to read us out with our final thanks for this time? Go ahead.
And then this is my goodbye.
I know.
For my session. So I'll be in tomorrow watching and observing.
Fantastic.
And I'm excited for that. Yep. So cool. So I want to send a final thanks from me and from all of Big Orange Heart to our global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic. We want to thank our multilingual partner, Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Be sure to visit all of these sponsors' tents, chat with them, see about winning some prizes. We'll have to see if anyone's reporting back on prizes they've won. And don't forget to get your photo taken in the photo booth. That's brought to us from Content Journey and Stratic. I've seen some already on Twitter. People are tagging. So that's really cool.
I'm going to
Especially the
probably take a
boomerangs.
million. I know the boomerangs are so much fun.
I think Jason and my daughter Marin took one, so go check for that. And also check out the swag bag while you're in that photo booth area. It's in the same drop-down menu for deals and gifts from the sponsors.
Absolutely.
Finally,
go
ahead.
No, I was finish what you're saying.
Swag bag. Okay. And then thanks to our media partners and our micro sponsors. Everyone who's contributed, you make our hearts full, our big orange hearts.
Our big orange hearts full, absolutely. So this will wrap it up. You've got about a half an hour to spend some time in the community tent meeting the sponsors and networking with other people. At the next hour, which will be midnight my time, but 4 a.m. UTC, you will be joined in the Asia continent by Shanta Nathwani and Cynthia Anand, who will be your MCs for stage 1. And we know that we look forward to seeing them. I don't know, Kim, you're probably going to go to bed, but I will be watching.
I'm going to try.
Quite a while. Good for you. Enjoy it. Thank you all for being here, and we'll see you on the hour.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Quite simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
welcome to WordFest. We're kicking off the Asia continent of our 24 hours of celebrating people, technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest is not just a festival for the community, but with educational content, wellness, sessions, and networking opportunities, but is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. Please visit that donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization.
Hello, everybody. Our first speaker for this session is Leslie Sim with Building in Public, How I Leverage Audience and Community to Build and Grow a New Plugin. Leslie is the founder of Newsletter Glue, a modern SEO-friendly newsletter editor inside WordPress, which people can use to plug in, glue their email service provider to the website. And then they can write newsletters without leaving WordPress. In previous lifetimes, she's run her own digital marketing agency, co-owned a craft beer brewery, taught free diving, worked in ad agency, and spent way too many years as a government employee. Over to you, Leslie.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Hi, I'm Leslie, co-founder of Newsletter Glue. a WordPress plugin that lets you connect your email service provider to WordPress so that you can publish your newsletters the way you would a blog post using the Gutenberg block editor. Today, I want to talk about building in public and how I leveraged audience and community to build and market my plugin. We launched the free version of our plugin in August last year and the paid version in December. And since then, we've grown to about 80 paying customers. Admittedly, we're still a small and young company, but I like to think that we're more successful than some of the tens of thousands of WordPress plugins on the repo that either only have 10 or less active users, or maybe they have hundreds or thousands of active free users but have failed to monetize. And despite our size, we've been able to punch above our weight. We've been featured by Chris Lemon on his blog, interviewed by Matt Medeiros on his podcast, The Matt Report, and even used by some of the top WordPress industry newsletters, all without any outreach. So if you'd like to learn how to do that, then this talk is for you. But first, some caveats. This approach might not be for you if you are B2B or very heavily sales-driven, or maybe you're just an introvert and hate the idea of talking online all day. Or maybe you already have a marketing channel that works for you, in which case you don't have to spend your time writing about what you've been doing and, taking screenshots and posting them online. But if you feel that your ideal customers or your partners could be found on Twitter or on online forums, then maybe this approach will work for you. So let me start by telling you how I failed to build in public the first time round. In late 2019, I was starting to feel super burnt out. I was working on my own digital marketing agency and had too many clients and just kind of sick of the whole thing. I started to dream about running a software company instead. And since I already work with WordPress almost every day in my agency, I thought, okay, maybe I'll build a WordPress plugin. So I looked around, and on the Indie Hackers forum, I found someone asking to partner up. That turned out to be my co-founder, Ahmed. And he'd built a membership plugin, and he'd done the typical developer mistake of building not in public. So building in private for seven months, I think, and not getting any traction when he finally launched. He then reached out and put up this post on Indie Hackers looking for a co-founder who could help do the marketing side of things. After a quick email exchange, we decided to go forwards, and I started trying to market the plugin. And surprise, surprise, because I was no one in the industry, no one knew me, no one knew him, and we hadn't talked about building the plugin along the way. So it was hard to kind of gain any traction or interest from anyone. And bearing in mind, Ahmed had actually built 2 already successful membership plugins before he decided to start out on his own. He'd been the lead developer and first developer on Ultimate Member, which is a membership plugin that you might have heard of. And despite all of that, despite his expertise, it was really, really hard to get anyone to even be willing to try the first plugin for free. I remember trying to share the plugin with someone in a Facebook group. So I DM'd someone, and her response was, you can't just put up a website and expect people to come. And that kind of stayed with me, and it made me realize that, marketing is hard. The plugin business is extremely competitive, and we needed to do better. At this point, we were thinking about shutting things down, closing shop, and going our separate ways. No hard feelings, right? But at that point, I'd come to rely on our plugin for one very, very specific feature that we built. And that was the connection between WordPress and MailChimp, which I use for my own newsletter to send it out via WordPress. I was okay with kind of letting the whole membership side of things go, but I felt that there wasn't any other substitute for this little newsletter piece that we'd built. And that's when it dawned on me, maybe we could turn that into the plugin. Maybe we could pivot, build out the newsletter side of things, and start working on that instead. And in any case, I was writing my own newsletter and really interested in the space, and I felt that having that interest in the space would make a big difference in my interest in marketing into the space as well. And so that's what we did. We pivoted and started working immediately on Newsletter Glue. And instead of building in private for 7 months again, the very first thing that I did was post on Indie Hackers asking people if they would be interested in a Substack for WordPress plugin. So basically replicating the key features of Substack. And we got almost 2,000 views on that post, and I think like 60 comments. People were really interested in it, and it was clear that there was a demand. On top of that, I also repurposed that Indie Hackers post and joined a bunch of newsletter Facebook groups and posted my, would anyone be interested in a Substack, but inside WordPress plugin? And I got a few more willing beta testers from there as well. All in all, I think I got about 100 kind of general people to give me their emails. And from there, I whittled that down to about 20 plus people who were interested in the actual plugin and not just tire kickers. And from there, I whittled that down again to about, I think, 7 to 10 video calls that I did. I learned a lot about the user interview process from The Mom Test by Rob Fitzpatrick. It's an excellent book. I highly recommend you read it. And yeah, after seeing some success with my Indie Hackers post, as well as Facebook and Twitter, I was very committed to doing things differently. I could now see the value of building in public and kept on going. So now I'd like to share some of my tips for building in public. These aren't going to be growth hacks and things like that. Instead, I'm going to try to give you kind of directional tips, because I feel like as long as I set you on the right direction, you'll kind of be able to figure everything else from there. So my first tip is figuring out which social media platform is for you and just focusing on that single platform for now. This could be Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever it is that you choose. Make sure it's where your audience, your customers hang out, and make sure it's something that you yourself enjoy. If you like video, for example, then use TikTok. If you like, or YouTube, if you like Twittering all day and sharing your thoughts, do that. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter which one you choose, like from a strategic point of view. It just matters, is your audience there and do you like to use it? So my next tip is specifically for Twitter, because that's the platform that I chose and use every day. And that is to figure out which niche you're interested in. So in our case, for example, it might be WordPress. And just follow hundreds and hundreds of people who tweet about WordPress or have WordPress in their bios. You can actually just search on Twitter WordPress and just follow every single person who comes up. That's the tip. It's super easy. And the goal there is to flood your own newsfeed with WordPress things, WordPress people, so that you see more of the stuff that you're interested in. Ultimately, you want to make Twitter interesting and enjoyable for yourself. And if you do that, then the rest of it will come a lot easier. Part 2 of this tip is to reply to people. So now that your newsfeed is filled with hundreds of people who are from the WordPress community, just scroll, look at your Twitter feed, and if you see something that's worth replying to, or that's funny or interesting, or if you have, specific expertise in that area, reply to that person, tell them your thoughts, tell them your opinions, and build a relationship. Over time, as you keep replying to these people and building an audience and a relationship, you'll find that your Twitter usage and your kind of familiarity of the platform will increase significantly. And that's all you want to do, really. You'll also be able to find lots of people tweeting like how to grow your Twitter following type hacks, and I'll leave you to that. But all I can say is that if you optimize for enjoyment, you're going to go a lot further than if you optimize for growth. My next tip is to join communities. Find groups of people who are in a similar niche as you, for example, WordPress, or similar stage. So maybe they are bootstrap entrepreneurs, or maybe they are agency owners, whatever the case is for you. And just hang out. I mean, this could be like a Slack group or a Discord. And what you're looking for is someone or some people to share the highs and lows of your day with, of your journey with, and to give you advice, to give you encouragement, and to even amplify and share your product and your marketing with their audiences. And that just kind of creates this virtuous cycle over time of people sharing your stuff, people giving you advice, and everybody grows. For me personally, I tried to join paid communities because I feel that people who are in paid communities tend to be a bit more committed. My two favorite ones are Mega Maker by Justin Jackson and Post Status, which is now owned by Corey Miller. Both great, amazing people. And if you are able to, I highly recommend that you join both of them if you're in the same circles as me. The fourth thing I recommend is create content. Post in forums, write blog posts, write newsletters, have a podcast. All of those things, however much or little you're able to do, is going to help people follow your journey. And that's kind of what you're trying to accomplish here. Building in public isn't just about selling people on your product. Like, someone isn't going to read a tweet and then be like, hey, I want to buy this, and then go buy it immediately. Instead, they're like, hey, this is interesting. Let me follow this author. And they follow you on Twitter, or they might subscribe to your newsletter. And over time, they'll be interested in you. They'll, learn about your journey, and maybe they might not even be the customer. Maybe they will remember you because they've been following your journey for a while. And when their friend or girlfriend or father or whoever says, hey, I'm looking for this thing, you're like, and then, your newsletter subscriber is going to say, hey, this person I've been following for an age who seems really, really cool has the product that you're looking for. And again, you're not trying to sell something straight away, but you're trying to put yourself out there, build a reputation for yourself, and create lots of, I guess, serendipitous moments. And that can only happen over time, and by putting yourself out there and building content and allowing people to get to know you. One important thing about content that I will say is do as much as you can in a way that you like. So this is similar to the social media advice where I said pick one platform and just stick with it. So in this case, don't try to do a podcast, a newsletter, a blog, all of the things. Just pick one that you find most interesting to you, that suits your personality the most, and just do that. Again, I'm assuming that you have 101 different things that you're trying to accomplish in your life. You have an entire business to run, so this is just one tiny part of it, and you want to be careful to not let your content making or your tweeting take over your life, because then your business will slow down, and then you will find that building in public is not very fun or is unsustainable, and that's definitely not what we want to do here. That brings me to my final point, which is optimize for enjoyment and consistency. So when it comes to building in public, the last thing that you want to do is optimize for growth. Because when you optimize for growth, you end up hating it. And if you hate it, you're just not going to grow. So it's kind of a roundabout thing, but if you optimize for enjoyment, then people can kind of feel that you're enjoying yourself, and that enthusiasm and joy is infectious, and people want to follow you. They want to share the stuff that you're doing, and you'll inadvertently grow, and in a much more sustainable and enjoyable way. Likewise, you want to aim for consistency. So the only way that you're able to grow is by doing it every day, because you're not going to be able to write that one viral tweet that gets you 100,000 followers if you don't write 100,000 crappy tweets before that. It takes a while to figure out, oh, hey, this one did really well, that one did really well, let's do more of those. Likewise for blog posts and any other kind of content creation. So enjoyment and consistency is kind of what I would strongly recommend that you shoot for. Oh, I actually have one more piece of advice which comes from a very commonly asked question, which is, what do I write about? What do I post about? What do I talk about? And this comes back to my Twitter advice from earlier. So rather than worry too much about what you want to talk about or post about, or what you want to be known for even, instead think about following lots and lots of people and just replying to things. So if you follow 500 people on WordPress and see the stuff that they're talking about all day and just start replying to them, you're going to get ideas for what you want to talk about. So let's say you see lots and lots of people who are talking about growth hacks for Twitter, and you get sick of it and you're like, okay guys, here is what has actually worked for me, a real human, not someone trying to game the algorithm. Here's what worked for me. And then you write that. Like, the only reason you were able to write that was because you saw a whole bunch of stuff you didn't like. And so again, like, don't worry too much about figuring out what you want to write. Instead, just follow a bunch of people, enjoy being inside that social media platform, respond to people, and over time, figuring out what you want to write about or what you want to be known for, it's going to come. And so after building in public for about a year now, I can say that it's been incredibly rewarding. I've gotten easily hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of public relations and marketing mentions, which is super cool. But more importantly, from that, I've gotten to know a lot of people in WordPress that I would never have dreamed that I'd have personal relationships with otherwise. And it really just came from talking to them on Twitter. And to take that a step further, all of that PR, marketing, and personal relationships have brought a lot of revenue for us and generated a lot of goodwill and really set the foundation for us as a company going forwards, in terms of brand and reputation, and even just getting to know our customers and their needs really, really well. To wrap up, building in public isn't a silver bullet. You still need a great product that customers really love, provide them great support, be in a great market, and have a great business strategy. But I still love it. Building in public has brought me a lot of fun and fulfillment. I've gotten to know great people, and I've grown the business to a stage which I wasn't sure possible just a year ago, just by tweeting. It sounds kind of crazy, but that's really what's happened. If you'd like to follow my journey building in public, you can do so on Twitter at Leslie_pizza, or you can follow our plugin, which is at newsletterglue. Thanks for watching this talk. If you're planning to build online and are feeling kind of nervous about it, feel free to tweet at me or DM me, and I'll amplify and retweet everything that you do, and I hope that that will build momentum and confidence, because I'm pretty sure that you're gonna do well. See ya.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Hi, Leslie. Hello, Shanta. I really enjoyed your talk, Leslie, because I do a lot of newsletters, and I've always wondered if there's something that could we do it in WordPress. So it's nice to know this newsletter glue.
Yeah, if you ever want to try us out, let me know. I'll roll out the red carpet for you, and yeah, we can even do a video if you want.
Thank you so much. Let me start off with a question. So you asked about you were talking about what the difference between building for growth and building for enjoyment, which is quite a nice way to look for it because everyone thinks you have to build for growth. So could you tell us a bit about that?
So I feel like a lot of people, when they start trying to grow their Twitter audience or grow, on Instagram or grow their blog and things like that, they are focused a lot on growth hacks. And it always comes across as inauthentic. And the thing about social media is that people want to follow humans, people, they don't want to follow bots, or they don't want to follow someone who's just scheduling tweets and getting it out there. So I think the only way to do that is if you come across as you're genuinely enjoying yourself on the platform, posting things you like, having fun, and that kind of that comes across. I think like your enjoyment, your personal enjoyment on the platform comes across, and that's infectious, and that's how you get people to follow you because like, hey, there's this person that's having fun on the platform, they're posting interesting things, I like their vibes, and then growth kind of happens organically that way. And more importantly, the types of people that follow you are like a higher quality as well, because sometimes when you focus too much on just growth, you get like crappy level followers, like people who are just mindlessly following, or you might even get bots following you because you are coming across as a bot.
Right.
So you don't want that. So that's the first thing. The second is just if you're enjoying yourself, you're more likely to continue, and it's less of a chore, and that just gives you more opportunities to succeed. Because if you're going like, oh, I have to spend like half an hour on this stupid Twitter platform again every day, I hate it, it's unlikely you're going to be able to do it for very long. Whereas if you're like, oh cool, this is fun, I enjoy like hanging out on Instagram with my friends, checking out cool stuff, then you're so much more likely to continue and do it. And like the thing with building in public is that it's something that you have to do for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. And so it's hard to maintain that if you really hate it.
Mm-hmm. So Cynthia, you have a super interesting career graph. So let me get this right. You ran a digital marketing agency, a craft brewery, free diving, and then a public sector. So how did your background lead you to creating Newsletter Glue?
So that's like in reverse chronological order.
Sure.
So most recently, I was running a digital marketing agency and building websites for clients using WordPress. And so when it came to building software, it kind of seemed like the easiest, most accessible type of software I could build would be a WordPress plugin because I use them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess that's kind of the short story.
I get it. I get it.
So we have a question from one of the audience. So Adam asks, what does the future hold for Newsletter Glue?
Hey, Adam. So that's like a difficult question because obviously, like as the founder, I'm juggling like 10 different things that I'm excited about and excited to launch. But I guess maybe the few things that I can say is, firstly, we're excited to be like at the forefront of Gutenberg. So right from day one, we use the block editor to launch everything, and like part of our key features are like custom blocks that we built for newsletters. And so like we are excited to keep working in that direction, like incorporating full site editing when that happens, incorporating global styles, and all of that stuff, which is super exciting. So that's like the future from the technical aspect. In terms of like grand ambitions, I've always kind of considered blogs and newsletters like one and the same. Like, it's just a different medium for your thoughts. And people like to consume things in their own ways, right? Like some people like videos, some people like podcasts, some people like to receive things in their emails, some people, like to go to a blog every day. And making it as seamless as possible for a user to publish their content, which they've worked really hard on different platforms, is what we aim to do. And so like I hope that everyone who uses a blog just uses our plugin as well, so that they can just get their valuable content out there as easily as possible. So that's in my mind like the grand vision for Newsletter Glue.
So just a follow up to that then. So what you're saying is you're basically repurposing, right? I know that I had a nonprofit client where I said, you have 100+ years of content. They're an alumni association. All you have to do is put it onto the blog, and then you either do a video, or you do a video first and then a blog post that has all the text. And then you set up the newsletter to just go out when it needs to, right? So that's what we call repurposing, isn't it? Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, because like some,
go ahead.
Sorry, just to follow up on that. Like I find some people, because they're like, oh, okay, I'm like spending all this time in WordPress, and then I don't want to spend another like 5 hours in MailChimp or something, copying and pasting, repurposing. So like that tends to be like a huge friction for why people don't send newsletters. And with us, it just makes it way easier. So I hope, everybody who has a blog and is just like, oh, too much trouble for the newsletter, like just starts using us. That's
you're going to make it easy for them, right?
Yeah.
You're going to make it easy. I get it. So creating content, having a podcast, how do you find time to do this in the middle of running your own business? Do you have a methodology? Do you plan it out in your calendar? How do you do it all?
I'm not very methodical about these things. So like that's why, for example, in my talk, I said optimize for enjoyment. So I try to write a newsletter, and I try to be on Twitter a lot, and that's about all I can manage. And so I just do those things. I don't have a podcast, for example, because like scheduling that would just be a nightmare for me.
Sure.
Yeah. So like I know that there are like productivity geeks out there who want to like schedule every single part of their day, and I'm just not one of them. So I'm just kind of like chaotic.
But how do you do what you do though? Like do you set aside your time, or do you just go, this is my time, I feel like I need to go onto Twitter, or I need to do this thing right now? Maybe you read something and you go, I need to act on this right away. Like, I guess, what is your process? Not necessarily do you productize or make it productivity and so on, but what is your process? What drives you at the time it drives you, or does it? Or are you very methodical and say, no, I need to save this for later?
I don't. I guess like at the start of every day, I write things down in a notebook, like my to-do list. Okay. And it's like a one-way notebook. So I write things down and I never look at it ever again. It just helps get things out. of my brain and onto paper. And so that's like the entirety of any planning that I do. And then as for Twitter and stuff, I just kind of am on it throughout the day. So like random thought comes in my head, I just like tweet it. Or like once I've done like one part of the to-do list and it's something that I realize can be shared, or like, I can like screenshot some piece of work that I've done, then I'll quickly do that and then just throw it up on Twitter. Just like I try to reduce the amount of friction as much as possible, and that just makes it more enjoyable for me.
Okay. Hey, we have to do with whatever makes us happy, right? Whatever brings us joy.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a follow-up question from Adam Warner, which is, what has been the biggest struggle in supporting your product?
Supporting like customer support.
Okay, let's guess that's probably where Adam's going. I know that guy.
Okay. So customer support has actually been really fun. I try to be friends with as many of my customers as possible. So that just means like, I might like get customers who know me from Twitter, or like post status and things like that. And so, it's easy for them to have access to me. Like they might email me, DM me, message me on Slack, and I just try to answer them that way. And like that gives me a lot more insight into what they're thinking as well. And I follow like a lot of my customers' newsletters. Like if they have personal newsletters, I try to follow them as well. I don't follow if it's like some like super industry specific thing that I'm not interested in, but like if it's a personal thing, I try to follow. So I like try to be very in tune with my customers that way. But I guess like in terms of like supporting the product, like the struggle, it's just like the typical WordPress struggle, which is like, everyone has their own very specific setup, and it's hard to guess at, what strange thing they've done that's causing, like a plugin conflict or a theme conflict. So that's like the typical struggle, I guess. I don't think it's anything special there.
So just as a follow-up to that, you say that you follow your customers' newsletters. What insight do you gain from that? Because, I mean, it sounds like the most common thing that you should do, but not a lot of people think about that, I guess. So is there something that, was there one particular thing that you found most interesting by following your customers' thing, or what do you gain? What insight do you gain from that following? Whether it's from the words that they say, or whether it's maybe that they're not using the formatting correctly. Like it could be just about anything that you find. I'm curious.
Both of those things actually. So you can kind of, I guess because I made the plugin, so I can reverse engineer and see like how they've used it to make their newsletter. And so it's like, cool, okay, they're using this feature or they're using that feature. Or sometimes like I might find formatting issues, and then I'll reach out to them, I'll reply to their newsletter and be like, hey, I noticed you're doing this, like, have you tried this instead? And yeah, it's really helpful actually to kind of see how they're using it. And then I have like please don't do this, but like I have some customers who like have shout outs for me in their newsletters, and like sometimes I feel like they're testing me to make sure that I'm reading their newsletters. Right. And so I'm like always like, hey, yeah, I see, like, thanks for the shout out. Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned posting the channel your audience is in. So how do you find what channel is the best channel? Where do you go? Like, is it Instagram? Is it how do you figure that out? Is it and follow up to that, is it different depending on the client?
For sure, I think it's different. So, very, very broadly, you can say if you're doing some B2B enterprise level software, then you should be on LinkedIn. If you're doing like direct to consumer e-commerce, you should be on Instagram. If you're doing, tech or anything in between, creator type stuff, you should be on Twitter. So I think like, this is kind of like a table stakes question, it's something that you can Google and find out in a couple of seconds. Or if you're like even like vaguely familiar with any of these platforms, this should be something that you figure out quite quickly. If there's overlap, then, and there always will be overlap when it comes to your target audience, I think that you should just pick one and pick one that you enjoy and that can see yourself on for the next 2 to 5 years, and just go with that one. And then like over time, if you have like grown this social media empire and like have 5 community managers, then like sure, like be on all the platforms. But at the beginning, just know in general where you should be, and then just from there pick the one that you enjoy.
Great.
Thanks, Leslie. That was really interesting to know. I've got one last question from the audience, which is, what does an average day look like for you and for your team?
Yeah, so I guess I kind of mentioned that just now, kind of. So I try to write down my to-do list for the day on my notebook, and then I bust it out. The way that I think of work is in 3 units, so morning, afternoon, and night. And the night one is just an unfortunate function of working remotely and having customers in the western side of the world. And yeah, so like typically I would either work 2 out of 3 of those unit like blocks of time. So either I work like morning and night, or afternoon and night, or some combination of that. And then the free block is like my break. So like maybe I work from 10 to 2, and then I take a break in the afternoon, and then I work like 11 to 2 again, or something like that. And that just comes down to, if like I have a friend who wants to have a coffee in the middle of the day, then hooray, like I don't have to worry about like shifting anything too much. I'm just like, okay, I'll just shift this block of time to that block of time. Yeah, and aside from that, not much else, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Leslie. And like I said, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience who will be searching up Newsletter Glue and signing up just to avoid the hassle of having to sign on to another platform. And with that, we thank you for joining us and for your great talk. Bye from me and Shanta.
Thanks so much for having me.
So our thanks to the global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, our multilingual partner Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. There's some prizes to be won. Don't forget your photo snapped in the photo booth brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. And also thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And all make our big orange hearts full.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the show. I hope you've all had a chance to look through the schedules and you've seen what of the talks you want to attend. Next up, we have the community interviews with Aditya Kane, Miriam Schwab, and David Leichner. So Aditya is an open source enthusiast and WordPress community builder. He works as part of the WordPress community team, and he's lived much of his life in Mumbai and Pune. He loves reading books, and he wishes he was a philosopher. And over next to Miriam. Shanta?
So Miriam Schwab is the co-founder and CEO of Stratic, an end-to-end static hosting and publishing platform for WordPress websites. After years of dealing with the ongoing struggle of keeping client WordPress sites secure and performant at her agency, Miriam realized that these issues could be solved in a radical way by converting the sites to static Jamstack architecture and founded Stratic. David Leichner is responsible for creating and executing Stratic's marketing strategy and managing the marketing team that forms the foundation for Stratic's marketing penetration. David has over 25 years of marketing and sales and executive management experience, garnered from leading enterprise software vendors, including Information Builders, Magic Software, Blue Phoenix Solutions, and most recently as the CMO of SQReam Technologies, or Scream. He has developed and managed a dozen enterprise websites over the last 20 years, mostly with WordPress.
And we'd like to thank Joe Howard and Matt Medeiros for these community interviews.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. and you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
All right, we are here with another WordFest interview. This time I get to have Aditya Kane on the, I was going to say on the podcast, it's the WordFest interview. I got to get that right. So Aditya, why don't you tell folks a little bit about you, about where you're from, and a little bit about what you do with WordPress.
Hi, Joe. I'm from the city of Pune, which is in India. It's the western parts of India, close to the city of Bombay or Mumbai, as we call it. I've largely lived my life in both these cities, and I started using WordPress, or started my WordPress career. I have done other jobs before I started my WordPress careers, and I started that back in 2009 with a company called RTCamp, which is a WordPress agency. And in between 2 years, in 2018 and 2000, I joined Automatic as a community wrangler, and later on I moved. Then I left Automatic, and I'm right now working as a marketing, like an editorial desk and marketing manager for RTCamp all over again. So back to where I started.
It comes full circle. It's funny how life is like that sometimes. So, but it's cool. You got to get a little bit of a taste of Automatic and see what it's like at the company that really oversees a lot of WordPress, but WordPress.com, WordPress.org, and a host of other things. So cool. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about the work you're doing now. Is it fully remote? Are you working from home? Are you working from? You guys have an office? What's the story there?
Yeah. So the place I work with, RTCamp, does have an office, but before the pandemic forced everybody to work from home, it was already remote, largely remote. There were only 4 or 5 people who would show up to the office. But yeah, I mean, right now it's completely remote. There are employees from all over the world. There are like very different cities, and of course, different parts of the country, parts of the world. So yeah, it's 100% remote or distributed company at the moment. And I guess what we'll do at the office is something we'll decide when the pandemic is over.
Yeah, maybe later this year, early next year, hopefully. Obviously, we want to keep everyone safe, but I think there are a lot of people who, they want to be able to see people. They want to be able to, interact, not just here via a video, but via an in-person conversation. I think there's something special about that. So hopefully soon, but I guess you're right. We will see. Tell me a little bit about the last year or so working remotely. How has that been for you personally? I feel like everyone has like a different story, but a lot of people I've talked with have, although remote work has been positive for a lot of people over the past years, there's definitely been some challenges. I know people are, some people having challenges around self-care and mental health and that kind of stuff. Anything over the past year that's worked for you, that's been a challenge for you?
Yeah, so it's been interesting. I personally have worked remotely for over a decade now. So it's the idea of working from home was not necessarily alien for me, but of course I was not necessarily working from home. I used to go to a cafe sometimes, visit a friend, a co-working space or things like that. So that was out of the picture. Now you have to work only from your house, and so that was challenging. And yeah, that I think that's true for everybody. That even people who got used to working from home, I think a lot of them have had issues with the fact that they've not had the social connect and the ability to go out, and weekends become quite a struggle because you may have finished with your work and all that, but you don't really have much to look forward to, especially if you're in a lockdown situation. So yeah, I mean, even like if you want to plan something on a weekend, what would you do? I mean, other than maybe watch a movie or make something to
Yeah.
eat, whatever. So those things were a bit of a challenge, but there are a couple of things I managed to figure out. So there was largely a sense of burnout that I had while I was out of automatic. So the initial stage, it actually worked out for me that I was not suffering from anxiety of getting up and going to work, which was in a way very strange because everyone else was very anxious. This is back in April, May 2020. So, but after that, well, I started picking up work and started getting things done. There were things that I had to adjust to. So one of the things I found very useful to cope with is to go on very long walks. So we have like a place that. So yeah, I center my day around my walk, which is very interesting because I don't think about work. I think about my walk at the end of the day. Like, when am I going to fit my walk in? That's the first thing I do.
Yeah.
And it sort of helps me out a lot in a meditative way. Like, sort of puts me in a different zone. And I've done something other than so. I've done some small things like on my MacBook, I've created 2 profiles. One is a work profile and one's a personal profile. So all the Netflix and streaming things that I do, it's on a personal profile, and I can't access work from my personal profile. So that sort of creates a physical barrier in a way, or digital barrier in a way. And I also sort of have picked up online chess. So I play I want to spend time doing something on the screen that's different from WordPress or work or web or marketing or things like that. So yeah, those are the things that have sort of helped me out. And I'm sure there are different things for different people, but those are the things I've found useful to cope with. Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Aditya, I was writing down some notes, man. Those are some really good tips for folks, like really actionable, like having 2 profiles on your computer. Like, I haven't heard of that before, but that's a great solution to like split your digital self into like a work self and a personal self. I think on the new Apple phone, the new operating system, you can like have a home screen on your phone for like different times. So like a personal screen and like a work screen. So like, and you can set it so like at 5 p.m. your work screen goes away and your personal screen comes up or something. So I think you're ahead of the curve on that one. So nice job there. All right, let's talk a little bit about the future. We talked a little bit about the past, 15 months, 17 months being pretty challenging for everybody, but anything on the horizon for you that you're excited about for the next, few months, next year?
So I don't know. It's very difficult to plan ahead. Everybody was saying that we'll be fine by next year, and well, more than half of 2021 is over. So, and we're still pretty much stuck at home, and pretty much it's been difficult, especially in my part of the world. The pandemic had some. We had a very bad second wave in about a couple of months ago. So in a way, I'm thankful and happy thankful and grateful that at least the people I know and myself have not had COVID or have lost someone that we know. But I know a lot of people who have lost someone they love ones. So it's been, you count your blessings in a way. Looking forward, I would say that, I've got my first shot, so I'm just looking forward to my second shot in September, and maybe being able to meet friends, and I've not met my dad because he's much older and he's more vulnerable. So I've not met him for like a year and a half. So that'll be nice. So that's literally the thing that's I'm looking forward to. In terms of work, it'll be nice to meet work friends and maybe just not necessarily work with them, but just meet them and maybe, I don't know, have a coffee or a beer or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you sharing all that. I think one of the reasons I enjoy WordFest so much is that it's such a global community. We all get to interact with people from all over the world, and we get to make sure that we're aware that while COVID may be a little bit more under control in some parts of the world, it's still a big challenge for a lot of the world. And so I wish you the best. I'm sure everyone listening wishes you the best, and we're all in this together. So you have our support, and so anything you need, just let me or let the community know. We're happy to help. So cool. Let's wrap up, and why don't you tell folks where they can find you online, maybe social media, your website, any of that stuff.
So I do write a blog on BombayPirate.com, which is Bombay as in the city, pirate as in the character, and .com. And my Twitter would be my first name and last name without any spaces or dashes. So it's Aditya Karni.
Nice. Very cool. All right, Aditya, thank you so much for being on the WordFest interview circuit. It was really nice to meet you, and I appreciate you being on.
Hey, thanks for doing this.
Everyone, welcome back to the next session of WordSesh. I don't know the title, so that's what I'm saying it is. It's the next session of WordSesh. Everyone, thanks for joining the session. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. And my guest right now, Miriam Schwab. Miriam, welcome to WordSesh.
Thank you. Very excited to be here.
You and I have known each other for a while. We've generally talked business. I'm curious to see or hear what your thoughts are on, let's say, full site editing, Gutenberg, opportunities in the community around building, maybe a little bit of a business around WordPress these days. Do you see that changing? Is the freelancer of WordPress going to be a different freelancer in the coming months? How do you see the opportunity in WordPress moving forward?
Well, I'm excited about full site editing. I think it brings functionality to WordPress that is necessary to align it with other platforms that are out there that are maybe more user-friendly in terms of building websites than WordPress is. So that's great. For me, as someone who started off working with WordPress way back when, like in the dinosaur years, I find it hard to digest that websites will be less structured in some ways. Like when we built sites on theme, everything had its place and its function, and it was like kind of neatly packaged. Well, not always, depends on who built it, but that was like the idea. And there was a clear structure to how the content was being presented. And now it's a little bit more like a free-for-all. I wonder what that's going to mean for content management. But, WordPress being such a big community, the whole experience will get a ton of feedback, and people will share their experiences building with a full site editor. So hopefully it'll continue to improve like WordPress always does. So that's great.
Yeah. Do you think that we lose, like you said, I used WordPress back in the sort of the dinosaur age. I too started with WordPress very, very many years ago. And it was a way for me to actually learn HTML, CSS, a little bit of PHP. I was like forced to, because back then, you didn't have the customizer. You certainly didn't have page builders. You didn't have that many themes. So you if you wanted to adjust something in a theme, you had to, if you didn't already know it, sort of hack your way through it. You feel like we lose some of that moving forward since everything is so visual? We'll have a cohort of new WordPress users who never really get to learn the underpinnings of this software?
That's a good question. See, on the one hand, I think we will, and I think it helps you build better sites if you understand the guts of the thing. Like, how is this content being presented, right? Where is it coming from? And how did that get its appearance and styles and functionality? So, and also, yeah, I guess that is a kind of missed opportunity for people to learn a little bit of coding even, and they might not ever have to touch it. On the other hand, all of these platforms, including WordPress, can be no code until a certain point. So, for example, one of our customers at Stratic decided not to use WordPress and then moved to Webflow, which is touted as like great for designers, just drag and drop into your beautiful website, right? And it will all work that way. Turns out that's not the case with Webflow either. Like, they hit a wall when they needed custom functionality because, you know, it doesn't make sense that everyone's going to fit into particular parameters, right? So they needed custom functionality. And once they went down that rabbit hole, everything became custom and painful. So then they moved back to WordPress and they came back to Stratic. And I think we'll probably see that with WordPress too, even with full site editing. Like, you'll be able to do stuff to a certain point, and then at some point you're probably going to have to like dabble in the code to some extent, build a block, you know, I don't know. But I think we'll always have to come back to the code to some extent. But I do hope people still like explore themes, you know, see how they're built, particularly the default themes that tended to be always included with WordPress over the last years.
Yeah. Yeah. The no code, low code space is rather interesting. And I feel curious on your thoughts on this, but I feel that, you know, WordPress has been a no code, low code tool almost forever. Like, almost, you know, back in the early days, you could do things. I feel like there's, if you're a freelancer out there watching this, that
Hello, everybody.
So apparently we're experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty. So please, we hope everyone will be patient with us. We're just waiting to get the okay from the text that we're going to be able to come back on. And we will try and rewind the video a bit so you don't miss any of this, because this is really important stuff, right? Welcome back, at least for the time being. So Cynthia, how's the weather where you are? I know there's been a lot of storms in your area lately.
Yeah, it's quite hot today, though, but there has been a lot of rain over the last week or so. So, yeah, you're kind of lucky that you're not hearing a thunderstorm in the background.
Right. Well, I
And
mean, here, I mean, it's even the middle of the night. I mean, it's so dark here. I don't know. That's why I had to wear something nice and shiny so that you could see me in this dark background. So, but oddly enough, it's still warm. Well, obviously, it's still warm here. But usually I am freezing in my basement, which is where my office is. And at night, it even goes down even further. But guess what? Tonight, it was so warm down here. I actually had to open the window and actually like let some air in here because it was so warm down here. I was so surprised. But not India warm, mind you. But I have to admit, I miss the India breezes.
that's a great thing about an event like WordFest, because you've got two hosts in two entirely different time zones, and me hoping that Shanta will be up at midnight, which she was, thank God. And so, yeah, I think it's one of the really nice things that, you meet people from around the world and you just make friends with everyone here.
Right. And I mean, that's the beauty about this kind of WordPress community, right? Is that we are all over the world. We are everywhere. And I mean, hopefully one of these days we'll be able to get back together and see each other in person. I'll be able to visit India again so I can get some more nice kurtis and just be able to go shopping in Mumbai. I so miss it, and seeing all my good friends and relatives there. But for now, I think we may actually have our next speaker available. And, we're in the Asia sessions, I know, but I'm going to tell you about somebody who is literally across the lake from me. Okay, and is a very, very dear friend of mine. Next up, we have someone special with us, Michelle Frechette, who is a huge part of the BOH. In the last 24 days, Michelle and Jessica Frick have created artwork every day to raise funds for Big Orange Heart. So this was part of a challenge called the 24,000 steps or 24K steps to mental health challenge, where members of the community pledged to take up an activity to raise funds for mental health.
Yeah.
I think. Hi, I'm Michelle. I know everybody knows you, but I thought I'll give you an introduction anyway.
Sure.
So, Michelle's a volunteer. Michelle's a volunteer with Big Orange Heart, and she's the head of customer success for Give WP. She's also the podcast barista at WP Coffee Talk and co-founder of Underrepresented in Tech. So let's hear from Michelle about why you took up the challenge and what Big Orange Heart means for you.
Yeah, well, for me, it's important to be a fully inclusive event. And as most people know, I'm not walking 24,000 steps. I can't hardly walk from one end of my condo to the other without having, knee problems and back problems and that kind of thing. So I wanted to take up the idea, the essence of the project and do something different. And so I created 24 days of artwork, and Jessica Frick has joined me and done some artwork along the way. And we've created artist trading cards. So an artist trading card is 2.5 inches by 3.5 inches. And I do something, a lot of people call it Zentangles. I do more than just Zentangles with it, though. I call it meditative drawing, because some of the things I draw aren't really tangles and things like that. But it's all black and white. Well, they're not exactly white because I recycled old, and I mean old, catalog cards from the library. And so they're all yellowed, which I think is really kind of cool. And I just picked out 5 to show you on camera. So hopefully you can see these. So there's one.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
So that's one
Beautiful.
I drew. Thank you. They're just doodles, but they're kind of hard to see, but that one. And then challenging myself to do different things. So there's a sugar skull. like Day of the Dead. And then kind of a Celtic knot design there. And then this was just cabbage roses, which hopefully you can see those. Yeah. So I did 24 different ones, and they're all numbered and signed on the back. And the idea is, that we would have people donating over those 24 days. And we've reached a little over halfway. I'm hoping that we get a lot of people over the next, however many hours are left in WordFest to boost that number up, because our goal is $1,000, and we're sitting at about $515 right now, which I'm very grateful for, of course, which is wonderful. And who I'm going to choose somebody. Actually, I'm going to have a random selection of all the people who've donated to that fundraiser, and whoever is picked, I'll reach out to them and send them all 24 of those artist trading cards if they'd like to have them. So it could be something fun to have. So if you want an opportunity to win all of those artist trading cards, you can go to my Twitter account at Michelle Ames. You can see all of them there. I have tweeted them every day that I've created them. And then also you could go to go to WordFest site and the fundraising tab, and then you can contribute to mine or anybody else's fundraiser there. So this is actually the second fundraiser I've done, personal fundraiser I've done for Big Orange Heart this year. Mm-hmm. The first one, I laid down the challenge that if I raised $1,000, I would get the Big Orange Heart tattoo, the logo tattooed on me. And we raised almost $1,500 through that fundraiser, and it's done. So I put an ampersand in the middle. Oh, there we go. And so I do have that tattoo. Woohoo. It was very painful, but pain is okay as long as you recover from it. And yeah, so I was able. So this year I've raised almost $2,000 already for Big Orange Heart, just doing personal fundraisers. So you can do it. If other people want to take up that cause, we will absolutely help you get started in doing a fundraiser. If it doesn't have to be for WordFest, it could be any time. You could do it through Facebook. We can help you get started on the Big Orange Heart website as well. All you have to do is reach out.
Well, I have to tell you, I am excited, and I'm going to end up donating as soon as we are off this chat here, because I cannot tell you how special it is getting any package from you. I have actually been a recipient of packages from you, and I've like literally gone to the mailbox and gone, oh my God, what's it? And it is an exciting thing. So even if it's not me, just the fact of getting a chance to do that, I'm in. And if anybody gets that chance, trust me, it is the best feeling in the world. Just getting mail nowadays, like it's one of the weirdest things, right?
Exactly.
So tell me though, we talk about mental health, and of course that's what we're here for, right? But so you decided to take up an activity, but we're talking mental health. So is there like a connection between mental health and like doing an activity? Like I know one of our dear friends decided to do 24 steps in a day, and I got to tell you, I did 15,000 steps a couple of weeks ago, and I ended up with blisters on my feet.
I believe it. Yeah.
So is there a connection between doing like an activity, whether it's walking, physical activity, or just what's the connection?
Well, for me, I can't speak for other people, of course, but for me, artwork and sitting down with this doodling, right? So I'm not trying to create the Mona Lisa, and I'm not putting angles and all those kinds of things together. It's very meditative, and I've actually been able to, I do take medications for anxiety, and I do take medications for blood pressure, but alongside of following my doctor's prescriptions and things like that, doing meditation and meditative drawing, because I have trouble just sitting and meditating. But when I can keep my hands busy, my brain can relax a little bit. So I've actually been able to help lower my blood pressure and help lower my anxiety by picking up a pen and paper and just drawing when I have an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, see, for me, it's about Tai Chi and things like that. Like even for a brain like mine to settle, even for a minute,
it's hard, isn't it? Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thanks for letting me explain about it.
That's really nice, Michelle. And it's great that you have this fundraiser going on. We've put a link into the chat box if somebody wants to check it out. And there's also a bunch of other challenges from people. So we've got someone who's 24,000 yards in the last month. We've had someone who's walked 24,000 feet in 4 days. We've got Michelle and Michelle's challenge about address cards. We've had someone doing 24 days of mindful movement. So there's a lot that people are doing if you want to go check it out. And if you'd like to donate, please do.
Absolutely.
I think
Thank you
we've
so
got
much.
audio. Thank you so much, Michelle, for joining us. I think we've got audio back now. So we will be replaying the part from where you missed the audio. So thanks, and see you all back in a bit.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the next session of Word Sesh. I don't know the title, so that's what I'm saying it is. It's the next session of Word Sesh. Everyone, thanks for joining the session. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. And my guest right now, Miriam Schwab. Miriam, welcome to Word Sesh.
Thank you. Very excited to be here.
You and I have known each other for a while. We generally talk business. I'm curious to see or hear what your thoughts are on, let's say, full site editing, Gutenberg, opportunities in the community around building, maybe a little bit of a business around WordPress these days. Do you see that changing? Is the freelancer of WordPress going to be a different freelancer in the coming months? How do you see the opportunity in WordPress moving forward?
Well, I'm excited about full site editing. I think it brings functionality to WordPress that is necessary to align it with other platforms that are out there that are maybe more user-friendly in terms of building websites than WordPress is. So that's great. For me, as someone who started off working with WordPress way back when, like in the dinosaur years, I find it hard to digest that websites will be less structured in some ways. Like when we built sites on theme, everything had its place and its function, and it was like kind of neatly packaged. Well, not always, depends on who built it, but that was like the idea. And there was a clear structure to how the content was being presented. And now it's a little bit more like a free-for-all. I wonder what that's going to mean for content management. But, WordPress being such a big community, the whole experience will get a ton of feedback, and people will share their experiences building with a full site editor. And so hopefully it'll continue to improve like WordPress always does. So that's great.
Yeah. Do you think that we lose, like you said, I used WordPress back in the sort of the dinosaur age. I too started with WordPress very, very many years ago. And it was a way for me to actually learn HTML, CSS, a little bit of PHP. I was like forced to, because back then, you didn't have the customizer. You certainly didn't have page builders. You didn't have that many themes. So if you wanted to adjust something in a theme, you had to, if you didn't already know it, sort of hack your way through it. You feel like we lose some of that moving forward since everything is so visual? We'll have a cohort of new WordPress users who never really get to learn the underpinnings of this software?
That's a good question. See, on the one hand, I think we will. And I think it helps you build better sites if you understand the guts of the thing. Like, how is this content being presented, right? Where is it coming from? And how did that get its appearance and styles and functionality? So, and also, I guess that is a kind of missed opportunity for people to learn a little bit of coding even, and they might not ever have to touch it. On the other hand, all of these platforms, including WordPress, can be no code until a certain point. So, for example, one of our customers at Stratic decided not to use WordPress and then moved to Webflow, which is touted as like great for designers. Just drag and drop into your beautiful website, right? And it will all work that way. Turns out it's not the case with Webflow either. Like, they hit a wall when they needed custom functionality because, it doesn't make sense that everyone's going to fit into particular parameters, right? So they needed custom functionality. And once they went down that rabbit hole, everything became custom and painful. So then they moved back to WordPress and they came back to Stratic. And I think we'll probably see that with WordPress too, even with full site editing. Like you'll be able to do stuff to a certain point, and then at some point you're probably going to have to like dabble in the code to some extent, build a block. I don't know. But I think we'll always have to come back to the code to some extent. But I do hope people still like explore themes, see how they're built, particularly the default themes that tended to be always included with WordPress over the last years.
Yeah. The no code, low code space is rather interesting. And I feel curious on your thoughts on this, but I feel that, WordPress has been a no code, low code tool almost forever. Like almost, back in the early days, you could do things. I feel like there's, if you're a freelancer out there watching this, that these are all tools that can be combined together. We all have a vested stake in WordPress, of course, but I think that there's room for many of those solutions. And like your client that came back to you, maybe Webflow would have been great if they just stayed using Webflow the way Webflow was intended. But I think there's still room for these no code, low code tools. With what you're doing with Stratic and what you're seeing at Stratic, are there any limitations you'd like to see lifted from WordPress to give it more flexibility? As much as we're trying to tighten up the user interface, is there something you'd say, you know what, maybe we should broaden it up a little bit? Maybe we should make it a true operating system for the web, whatever that means.
I think it already is an operating system for the web. And if you think about an operating system, whether it's Windows or Apple OS or Apache, actually, this is more comparable to Apache, I would say, because you can access the source code. So first of all, you can access the source code. You can install apps, right? In our case, it's, let's say, plugins. You can develop apps. You can create frameworks and then the visual presentation layer. So I don't know how much more flexible it could get. Like it's already really flexible, assuming you have development skills, right? So that's the limitation. Will the web ever get to a place where you don't need that? I actually have a feeling that it will. Like it doesn't make sense, right? If you want to create a document, a Word document or Google document, you don't have to know how to code to do that. Obviously, it's much simpler than building a website, but like, I don't think that creating a website should be something that you can only do if you feel comfortable with code. So at some point, the web development tooling will come to a place where you can create a high quality website for real without having to dabble in code. I do think we'll get there, but like, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think WordPress is in a great direction for that. And out of all of the web building tools out there, it's the only one that truly gives you access to the source code. It gives you that portability. There's no vendor lock-in, all of that. Like you can just do anything with your site. So I think it has the most promise for that, but because it's so open, it also is the most challenging to offer people that. So I don't know. I guess we'll see where it goes.
Has there been any challenging features in the upcoming, let's say, full site editing or what's happening with Gutenberg that make it a particular challenge for Stratic and what you're doing with serving up fast WordPress sites for your customers? Is there anything there that's been a particular challenge that maybe you want to speak on?
So far, no. It's really great because it's all about the front end, right? It's like you do the dynamic stuff to generate the front end, and Static is great for front end, converting front end to static. A lot of people are still using like form plugins like Gravity Forms, which we support out of the box. If there's ever some kind of widely used form connected to Gutenberg, we would, build out support for that as well. So it's not such a big deal at this point. And personally, I like that the code generated by Gutenberg is less hefty. I don't know what to say. It's just like the page builders tend to have a lot of stuff happening that I understand why it's there. It comes back to like, if you want to give someone the ability to do something without coding, it's going to have those benefits, and it's going to come at a cost. And so in order to allow that to happen, you end up with just a ton of just kind of stuff, wasteful code, let's say. Gutenberg is less like that. So that makes the sites even more performant. And that's great.
Yeah. It's like, if you wanted everything to be secure, just don't plug into the internet. Well, I need stuff on the internet. Well, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Take a pick. All right.
Right. Exactly.
So we're living in a world now where WordCamps are coming back, I think, question mark.
I
We're
hope
doing
so.
all of these live events. Is there anything that you're super excited on the community side that you've seen momentum in, or just getting back in person? Is that a thing, in your world that you're excited for, or what you look forward to from the community side?
I allow myself to get a little bit excited about being able to attend in-person WordCamps again, but I am so concerned that we feel like we're coming out of COVID and we're not actually. Like in Israel, we were doing great because, I don't know, some huge percentage of the population got 2 shots. So we're fully vaccinated very quickly. And the numbers were down. It was like 0 every day. And now the numbers are going up again because of the Delta variant. So I don't know what's going to be. My dream is to be able to go to WordCamp Europe in Porto. I was so excited to go to it. It's such a gorgeous looking city. And I love WordCamp Europe in general. It's always such a fun conference.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that by June next year, that's something that can happen. But between now and then, I'm not getting my hopes up. I figure we'll still be doing a lot of online stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knew so many of us on the online world, as we sit in an online conference, could be like, man, these online conferences, no offense to the WordFest team who we're literally talking to right now.
I think everyone is aware of that. Like everyone knows we're doing this. There's a lot of advantages to it, right? Like it makes it much more accessible to people all over. Going to a conference is expensive. It means leaving your family and loved ones or whatever. It's a whole thing. So this makes it much more, accessible. But on the other hand, it's definitely missing the in-person aspect. And so it's kind of like we're doing it because we have to, but hopefully we can have a balance of online stuff and in-person stuff.
How have you managed it as the leader of your company? Is everyone local, or do you have people dispersed throughout the world? And what have been your solutions for replacing?
Most of our team is local, but we have team members in Australia and in Germany and in the States. And we went fully remote. We no longer have a central office. We rent some co-working spaces for people if it's like they need that near them, but it's not like people are meeting up together on the team. It actually became better for our team because we have remote team members. And what it used to be like, the Israeli team would be sitting in an office, we'd have a meeting, and then the remote people would kind of try to video in and try to follow the conversation. But when you have like 10 people or 12 people in a room, and then 4 people, and they're like, who's talking now? What did they say? And we're all talking on top of each other. It was like, communication was not amazing. And now we're all the same. We're all squares on Zoom or Google Meets. And that has helped with communication. We did recently have like a full, like an Israeli team meetup for the first time, like forever. It was really exciting. Everyone was so happy to see each other. It was a lovely day. It was really nice. And we're like, okay, we're going to try to do this once a month locally. And then the Delta variant started picking up numbers, and a lot of people on the team just don't feel comfortable meeting up in person, rightfully so. So I don't even know when we're going to do that again, but so far remote's working well for us. So at least that.
Yeah. No, that's great. Yeah. Events like this, it is fantastic, obviously, to be able to connect and learn and leaving. Yeah. Like I haven't had to pack a bag or think about it or, have to leave the kids. And, that's a huge, that's a huge benefit to itself. What are you looking forward to the most with Stratic going into, we're halfway through 2021, going into 2022? Anything exciting or upcoming that you'd like to let the world know about?
We have some exciting features in the works, which we should be launching soon. I don't think there's anything specific that I can mention yet. I don't know, but we have some really great case studies. I know that's kind of boring for people, but like of customers onboarding to Stratic and seeing amazing results on many levels, whether it's like performance improvements, conversion rate improvements, and then just general peace of mind, not having to deal with their WordPress site. So we have that on our site if anyone wants to take a look. Oh, we have some really nice white papers and ebooks around how to build static first WordPress sites. And we have a comprehensive guide to headless WordPress. This will appear after the fact, but Yoast and I are doing a webinar on headless WordPress on July 20th. So you probably can get the recording after. Just, I don't know exactly how that will be. So this is going to be after the fact. But that will have happened. There's a lot of really strong interest in learning about headless WordPress in the community. So we're going to try to talk to that. Yeah, that's it for now.
Awesome. Not only do we have to, with online events, not only do we have to manage the online events, we have to manage multiple timelines. Like we don't even know which timeline we're in. It's like something from Disney and Marvel. It's
like,
we're here,
is it
we're
yesterday
there.
or is it tomorrow? I am
Right.
not sure.
Yeah, you have no idea. Everyone, thanks for watching this session of Word Sesh. We hope you enjoy the rest of your Word Sesh. WordFest. WordFest. I said Word Sesh.
I do that too. Oh my gosh, I do that too.
We hope you enjoy the rest of your Word Fest experience. We'll see you in the next session.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being with us today, and we're sorry for the delay. So we have a really short break now when you can head over to the community tent and you can go to the photo booth to get your photograph taken. And then we'll be back at 11:30 IST or 6 a.m. UTC.
And if you're a night owl like me, it's going to be 2 a.m. here in the Americas. And I'll have to make sure that I still look good for my photo. Maybe it'll be like an after club type look. But we'll see you in a few minutes.